Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB Group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, CESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, CESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps, and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. Also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal of economic cooperation and development. The OIC
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment.
Follow.
Okay, tamam. Tamam. Okay. Ozan, are we ready? Uh-huh. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think it's good afternoon to everywhere. I think in Malaysia already also in good afternoon. So good afternoon for everyone. Okay, so today I'm your moderator. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Burhan Uluyol. I'm from Istanbul Sabahat Nizam University. My specialization is Islamic banking and finance. Okay, today we are presenting the topic on the digital economy. So there are 6 papers, okay, 6 papers. So I think because of the time constraint, I can give only 12 minutes, guys. Please follow, the timeline because it's very important, because I think after that there is no more live session actually. So, don't try to kill time of the others. So without any further delay, I would like to call, I think is Zultrasri. Prof. Zultrasri is here. I think is no. So there will be another presenter, the second topic, okay? Strategic niche management and socio-technical transition, the case of Islamic fintech. So the floor is yours. You can start your presentation. Thank you. Hello, he's not here? Okay, if not here, and then Muhammad Fahmi Mustafa is here. Wow, okay. Then Imam, Dr. Imran, okay, I think session will be yours. The topic will be acceptance of Islamic financial technology, fintech, banking services by Malaysian users, and extension of the technology acceptance model. So please start. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, most merciful. Already told my topic, which is for presentation for today, is the acceptance of Islamic financial technology banking services by Malaysian users, and we have extended the technology acceptance model. And I'm Master Presenter, Dr. Imran Abu Sheikh from Muhammad Ali Jinnah University, Pakistan. So the presentation contents will flow from introduction to literature review, where I will be discussing on the consumer theories and brief background of the consumer theories, whereby I'll be talking about theory of reason action, theory of planned behavior, then moving to the model I'm using, which is technology extraction model, and then brief methodology we discuss, and then I'll be coming to the point, which is the results. So regardless of augmented importance given to the fintech, still there is no agreement on the definition of financial technology. Fintech sometimes can be defined as the platforms of technology and mobile devices in order to access transaction notifications, which can be like debit alerts via push notification, that can be application or another way of getting notifications. Then the purpose of this paper in specific is we have tried to examine what are the determinants or the factors that are influential when bank users accept the Islamic financial technology. And of course, this is in the context of Malaysia. So Islamic fintech, when we say Islamic fintech, how we converse it into, or how we, duplicate it in terms of, how I can say that what Islamic fintech is and what fintech is and how it is different. So Islamic fintech is defined as a fintech with Sharia principles and Islamic values. And this is very recently, written by a few authors, Rahim Bakri and Yahya in 2019. So in terms of Islamic ecosystem, Malaysia leads all the other Islamic fintech providers, whereas we can say that the UAE is the second in the spot, then it moves to Bahrain, and last but not least, Saudi Arabia and Oman. So the current study incorporated the variables which are consumer innovativeness, self-efficacy in the technology acceptance model, whereas the original constructs of the technology acceptance model, which are perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, and subject norms, were also incorporated. So coming to the literature review, we have tried to review all the consumer theories, and then we lead to the point where we decided to use technology acceptance model. Why we chose Islamic technology acceptance model in terms of Malaysian consumers and in terms of looking into the acceptance of the users. So as stated earlier, this study is grounded on the technology acceptance model. The model is modified with the 10 original constructs, which are perceived use, perceived usefulness, and then 2 additional variables are incorporated and integrated into the model. This study is a pioneer work that breaks the ground and becomes first to extend the technology external model in the context of empirical grounds. So this is our model, whereby we have 5 independent variables, and which are predicting the dependent variable, which is Islamic fintech. So our research is a cross-sectional design. Then the type of data we gathered was primary data from the bank users, and we use convenience sampling. Last but not least, we gathered it using the questionnaire. In a questionnaire, we use 5-point Likert scale, and we adopted it from the previous research and modified to fit the study. So more, you can say it was adopted, and some extent were adapted. The perceived was used was adopted from Khalil and 2005 and Amin and others. In the same way, perceived usefulness was also adopted from the same authors. Then subjective norm items were adopted from Gopi and Ramaya. And self-efficacy in this study is adopted from the previous study of Khalil. So yeah, data analysis, we use descriptive statistics, we use exploratory factor analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, which is part of structure equation modeling. And then we use the software for the, as this is covariance-based approach we have used, because we are confirming the model. So if once we confirm, we'll be using the software, which is MOS. And normally in terms of exploratory, we use the smart PLS, which is variance-based approach. So this is the demography of our users, whereby you can see the majority are undergraduate students. They are undergrad actually in terms of the qualification. Then majority is youth, which you can see 102 people are between the age range of 20 to 30. It's very interesting, and it can explore. We can explore a few other things from this as well, and I think in our upcoming study. So majority are female, 111. I think then it's. I think in terms of Malaysia, it gives a true picture. If female are more and male are few, and last is the job status. So this is our measurement model. So actually, I was not able to give the. I tried to adjust the results here. Structure model. So before going to the structure model, we normally need to look into discriminant validity if there appears to be discriminant validity. So from the table, we can see that the minimum threshold is achieved, whereby in the table we can see that the value of MSV is the maximum shared variance is less than the average variance extracted, and the value of ASV is less than the value of AVE. It means there isn't any discriminant validity in context of the study. So this is the structure model. Like it leads us to the, after few changes, it leads us to the structure model. So this is the structure model. So the goodness of fit, where we normally, in order to look at the goodness of fit, we need to look at the badness of fit of the model. So all the minimum thresholds are actually achieved in context of the study. For example, the value of CFI, it needs to be more than 0.9 or more. So it is 0.925. It means it surpasses the minimum threshold. And I can give an example of TLI Tukis-Levis index, which is 0.9. This is again more than 0.9. It's 0.914 in our context. So it means there's a good goodness of fit statistics in context of the study. So coming to the hypothesis testing, as I said that we are testing 5 independent variables. So in context of the study, only 2 variables were not supported, like 2 hypotheses were not supported. Means they were not predicting it, but still there is a meaning out of it. So acceptance of Islamic fintech to subjective norm is not predicting AIFT, and then so that's why the hypothesis is rejected. We can say that the subjective norm is not predicting the AIFT, which is external Islamic fintech technology, and again the self-efficacy as well. But the results are very interesting in a way that the variable which we incorporated, which is consumer innovativeness, is among the most influential variable. It gives a meaning that policy makers and the bank managers of the Islamic banks need to look into this variable, into this content, and they need to devise the policies in a way that the ideas are innovative. There is something out of it coming out. And I think this is the demand of the day after the pandemic and COVID-19, that most of the transactions being done still now are online using the platform of the fintech. So I think there's a need to look into this from the policymaker point of view. So as I said that only 2 hypotheses were not supported and 3 of our hypotheses were supported. So I already mentioned this is our beta value. So looking into it, we can say that which is more significant, which is more supportive. So these are the results of our study. Last but not least, just very brief, I want to say that even fintech is at infancy stage, not only Malaysia, but I will say that the Pakistan, the country where I belong to, fintech, not only fintech, but the online transactions are less than 10%. So there's a need for such platforms to be adopted in the country like Pakistan. And there are few startups which are looking into, and we are doing some research, like my students are doing research on this mode. So we are looking into how we can, come up with it, and how fintech can be adopted and can be, used at the highest level. So in order to get Islamic fintech support among users, Islamic bank, there might be some changes needed in terms of policy making, which I already discussed. Then policymakers of Islamic Bank may also need to accommodate the factors of the current study in order to invite the customers to use services of Islamic fintech. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Imran, and also thanks for keeping the time. So if you have any question, I think it's interesting topic. Even I'm quite familiar with the topic as well. So we can discuss later on. I mean,
Inshallah, inshallah.
okay, inshallah, after the finish the meeting. Oh, Gratiana, I think you are late. So let me finish the other presenter first, then we'll come back to you. Okay. Now we call Shamsuddin Muhammad Ahmad. I think it's Shamsuddin, right? Okay, so he's going to present his paper. The title, it determines of the blockchain technology adoption among the Zakat institution in Malaysia, a proposed integrated model. The floor is yours, Brother Shamsuddin.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother Imran, can you switch off your mic? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
You see my slides?
Yes, yes, yes. The floor is yours.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum
Good
assalam.
afternoon. My name is Shamsuddin Muhammad Ahmad. I'm here with you this afternoon to present my research topic, determinant of blockchain technology adoption among the Zakat institutions in Malaysia, a proposed integrated model. So my presentation will be as follows. It's going to be the first slides will present Zakat, the religious dimension of Zakat, blockchain technology, the fundamentals of blockchain technology, then blockchain and the Zakat management, the proposed integrated model, and finally the conclusion. So here I'm going to start with the Zakat's Islamic dimension of Zakat. So Zakat is a mandatory giving, and it's one of the 5 pillars of Islam. So after the testimony, after Shahada, prayer, fasting, and the pilgrimage, Zakat is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. And clearly Allah stated from these 2 verses from Surah Tawbah, verse 71 and verse 103, Allah has made it clear that the importance of Zakat, the Muslim, or the obligatory nature of the Zakat in Islam. So these 2 verses from the Holy Quran shows immensely the importance of Zakat to the Muslims. So who are the recipients of the Zakat? Who are the Asnaf? Who are the beneficiaries of the Zakat? So from the Holy Quran, Surah Tawbah, Allah, from the Holy Quran, Surah Tawbah, verse 60, Allah has mentioned the following persons to be the beneficiaries of the Zakat. Al-Fuqara means the poor. That means those living without means of livelihood, and also Al-Masakin, the needy, those that lack the basic necessities. Al-Amilina alayha, then the Zakat administrators who are in charge or who are responsible for collecting and managing the Zakat. Then also Al-Mu'allibina, then also Al-Mu'allafu qulubuhum. That is the people that recently converted to Islam, and also the potential allies in the cause of Islam. So the 4th category to benefit among the beneficiaries of Zakat is Wafiriq. That's those that's bondage or in slavery. Then
I think Brother Shamsuddin,
yes,
Brother Shamsuddin, I think as a Muslim, this one is quite standard actually. So you may proceed to the the most important one. Thank you.
Okay, this is okay. So then I go to the next slide. That's blockchain. What is blockchain? So blockchain technology is actually a decentralized way or technique that enable recording transaction across computers. So this transaction is based on blockchain. That's a broad list of records of blocks. They are links using cryptography. So by its nature or by its design, blockchain technology is resistant to modification of data. The data on blockchain cannot be modified in any way. That is blockchain. So what are the benefits of this new technology? That's blockchain. So one of the benefits of this technology is that it reduces the cost of transaction. And also at the same time, it improves the security and efficiency of the organization through cryptography, because it makes it impossible to break the scheme. Then another benefit of this technology is transactions are worked on almost instantly because of the velocity nature of the technology. Then globalization. So computers are independent of your location, so it makes it global. Then another benefit of this is its nature of irreversibility, because after confirmation of a transaction, then that particular transaction cannot be reversed. You cannot alter, you cannot change the transaction. Then anonymity is another benefit of this blockchain technology. Then how does this particular technology works? So when the transaction is agreed, the condition is reached, then it follows this particular process. Then the transaction is transferred to the network of computer nodes of the blockchain. So the node of the network validates all the transaction of blocks, which is linked to block by a proof of algorithm or some of consensus mechanism. So after other nodes of the blockchain are added by different computer nodes, the transaction in blockchain then can be considered permanent, definitive. So then the transaction is can be considered completed. So this is how this particular technology works. Then now come to the most important or the benefit of this particular research, is that we are going to look at how can Zakat institutions in Malaysia benefit from this technology. Because recently, last year, like in 2019, I make it clear that the Zakat fund in Malaysia have increased enormously. There's an increase in the Zakat fund in Malaysia. So they need to provide alternative mechanism, a transparent mechanism to improve the public confidence on giving out the cards so that it can be channeled to the needy. So this particular technology at this moment can serve as a good mechanism to enhance the public confidence to give out the card because of this nature of security, because of the nature of transparency. So how can the cards institutions benefit from this technology? So because one of the way it can benefit the card institution is that because of its nature of high speed transaction in blockchain, it has high speed. So the card institution can benefit from this particular nature of the technology. They can make their own transaction at high speed, then lower operation cost. So this particular technology has a tendency to lower the operational cost of the institution of the card. So transparency in an ecosystem. So it can also increase the transparency because of its nature that every transaction cannot be altered. It cannot be tempered. When a particular transaction is there, so nobody can tamper. So it's very transparent because it needs no third party to mediate the transaction. Then improving governance. So another importance of this particular technology is that it can improve the governance of Zakat institutions. So also efficiency of the card operation. It can also increase their own operations, then improve the cybersecurity. Because of this nature, this technology have the chance, or it can increase the security, cybersecurity of particular of these institutions, then lower risk of identity fraud. Then it can also improve effectiveness identification of KYC, that is effective identification of the card applicants. So these are the eight benefits or eight ways in which the card institution can benefit from a blockchain technology. Then proposed research model. So in essence, this is the proposed research model. If you can see the seventh construct above belong to the UTAU2 model, UTAU2 theory. Then we also integrate blockchain transparency developed by Kores and Wamba in 2009. So now we integrate UTAU2 theory and we add one construct, blockchain transparency, to propose this integrated model. So now we integrate UTAU2 theory and blockchain transparency construct developed by Kores and Wamba in 2009 to see how this can help or how we can adopt it. Then conclusion. So from my conclusion, I conclude, or we conclude, that the significance of the study lies on its attempt to add new insights by integrating the Queries and Wamba model and the unified theory of acceptance and the use of technology to form a new model. Then the research finding will be a platform to reveal the belief factors that influence the formation of attitude of the employees in the current institutions toward blockchain technology and their intention to adopt blockchain in the current management. Then finally, this finding will appear as a useful contribution to and a sign of progress for the literature on blockchain technology adoption and the current management. Thank you for listening.
MashaAllah, thank you. Thanks for the excellent timekeeping. So I think your methodology is quite similar to Dr. Imran has different perspective, but you are trying to different perspective as well. But inshallah, we will have some Q&A section end of our presentation. So now we try to call a third presenter. I think there are three authors, but I think is Muhammad Khalili, and he's presenting. So the topic will be fintech adoption as investment impact in Islamic social finance, the case of the zakat. So the floor is yours, Muhammad. And also very proud to see my previous student actually. Also Fahmi is here. Okay, Muhammad is here. I think is very proud to, especially Fahmi. I think he used to be my student in Malaysia. So welcome to the session. So floor is yours, Muhammad. Doing a good job.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I want to share the presentation. Can you, brother Shamsuddin, to stop sharing your presentation in order to share mine?
Just close Shamsuddin, yours.
Okay.
Shamsuddin, it's still shared.
Yes. Now you can start, okay, Mohammed.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Muhammad Al-Khalili, and I am from Palestine. Currently, I'm doing my master's degree in Islamic economics and finance from Istanbul Sabah ad-Din Zaid University. Today, I'll present my paper titled Fintech Adoption and its Investment Impact in Social Finance, the case of Zakah, which was prepared under the supervision of Dr. Mustafa Omar Muhammad and Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri. First of all,
can you just open the slide first?
Is it open now?
No, yes, okay, good.
Yeah, okay, tamam. First of all, I want to give a brief summary about the development in the Islamic fintech and its adoption in the Islamic social finance. Islamic financial technology is fast evolving and deepening given the rapid advancement in computers and machines today. iFintech is increasingly claiming its fair share of applications in computer algorithms, artificial intelligence, big data, analytics, robo-advisory, and social networks, among others, to drive the development in the digital Islamic finance. The Islamic social finance, especially Zakah, has begun benefiting from the iFintech adoption Zakat institutions have taken advantage of enablers such as mobile devices and security technologies to digitize their collection and distribution processes. The present paper uses qualitative method in the form of interviews with Zakat managers, IT experts, and policymakers to examine the extent of the challenges and the prospects of the iFintech adoptions in Zakat institution. This is the outline of the presentation, inshallah. First of all, we have the introduction, research problems, objectives, methodology, results, and conclusion. First of all, Zakat has contributed enormously to the development of the economic, social, and political aspects of the Islamic community, where Zakat is considered as an efficient tool and mechanism to enhance cooperation and social solidarity among members of the Islamic community, besides to achieve economic justice, distribute wealth, and reduce income inequality. Potential of fintech for Zakat. First of all, to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of financial services and related transactions, provide advanced solutions to institutions and organizations to overcome different challenges and barriers. Thirdly, create developed channels that facilitate the flow of funds between individuals and society as a whole. The current adoption of fintech solutions by Zakat institutions. Several Zakat institutions are benefiting from the rapid development going in Islamic financial technologies. Adoption of fintech helped in enhancing the collection, distribution, and investment functions or processes of the Zakat institutions. The third point is adoption of fintech helped in reducing operational costs, promoting governance structures, recognizing faster payments, and providing more developed solutions. Here we want to discuss the research problems. There are various challenges and barriers that have hindered Zakat institutions from fully adopting fintech solutions, which are as follows. First of all, Sharia compliance, financial inclusion, digital awareness, conservative culture, trust deficit, security, infrastructure, religion, regulations, and impact investment. A limited number of studies examined and demonstrated how these challenges have hindered the work of Zakat institutions and their ability to keep pace with the current developments. There are a few studies that have shown how a full-fledged adoption of fintech and its applications in Zakat institutions have a huge potential to positively improve the collection, investment, and also the distribution of the Zakat funds. Our objectives, first of all, to examine the extent of the challenges Zakat institutions face in fully adopting fintech. Second, to determine how fintech solutions has the potential to enhance Zakat collection, distribution, and investment processes. So, research methodology, we used a qualitative method through semi-structured interviews and open-ended questions. As mentioned before, our population was the Zakat managers, IT experts, and policy makers. Sample size, we made interviews with 10 experts and knowledgeable people, participants from several countries. Sampling techniques, we used the purposive and snowball sampling techniques. The data collections, it was collected through interviews received by email and also documented. And with regard to the data analysis, data was coded and thematically analyzed. Results, first of all, we want to point out to the profile of the experts. And as you can see, the participants come from various educational and professional backgrounds and also work in well-known organizations, especially in the field of Zakat. Major findings of the study. The first theme, challenges Zakat institutions face in fully adopting fintech, difficulties in finding techniques to develop their appropriate digital solutions and programs due to lack of in-house IT experts, in addition to limited programs and software. Second, security and safety in the payment and distribution of Zakat fund, especially if they involve large sums of money. Low level of knowledge, lack of awareness, traditional community culture with insufficient background and experience in using high-end technologies, lack of readiness and willingness of the community to use the available technological solutions. Poor technical capabilities and integrity, virus attacks, hacking, operational risk, fraud-related risks, technological risk, transaction risk, and also data leaks. Lack of knowledge and professional experience of the Zakat officials and scholars in the field of fintech, because also it's an emerging field. The need for a better and appropriate legal standards and regulatory frameworks by the government for the adoption of blockchain technology in the work of financial and non-financial institutions are the other challenges. Here, we come to the potential of fintech in enhancing effectiveness of Zakat institutions. First of all, to develop electronic programs using satellites for agriculture and animal husbandry, adopting new forms of zakatable wealth and products that are easy to deal with electronically, such as food banks and research grants, the use of blockchain technology, crowdfunding platforms, and digital channels. The participants provided suggestions for Zakat institution to fully adopt fintech, which are as follows. The majority of the participants, n equals 6, suggested that Zakat institutions should introduce and conduct more training courses for their staff, especially those related to Sharia and IT experts, because also Sharia compliance was one of the major challenges for the Zakat institution to adopt fintech. Zakat institutions should employ various technologies and their solutions, such as blockchain technology, crowdfunding platforms, and enhanced digital payment solutions. The need for more sturdy and adaptive leadership that is open to continuous change in the business and technology environment, and allow young talent to contribute and find their ways in improving and enhancing the fintech solutions. The need to educate and increase the awareness of the community, especially between the young generation, about fintech solutions. Conclusion, the effective implementation of Zakat can immensely improve the socio-economic welfare of the Muslim communities. This would necessitate a systematic integration between fintech solutions and Zakat institutions to improve the latter's efficiency and reduce related costs. Second point is future research could leverage on the findings of the present study when examining Zakat institutions in a situation of fully adopting the fintech solutions. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think you're more or less ready to finish your master degree, inshallah. Okay, so if we're keeping our question to end of our presentation, now I think two more presentation is coming now. So I think Professor Trustri's team is still not here. So we would like to call Gratiana. I think it must be from Indonesia. And her title will be Strategic Niche Management and Social Technical Transition, Case of the Islamic FinTech. The floor is yours, please. Mohammed, please, the off your presentation slide so that she can present.
Inshallah. One second, please.
Gratiana, Yana, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, good.
Yes, I think now you can share it now. Yes, inshallah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity to present our paper entitled Strategic Niche Management on Socio-Technical Transition, Case of Islamic FinTech in Indonesia. Okay. So the outline is in page 3, we have introduction, and then the next is theoretical framework, method and case studies, and then within and cross case analysis, and then conclusion. So as an introduction, as we know that the digital technology innovation is a double-edged sword, which requires a new business model to addressing the emerging social issues. And then this is why our purpose is to unlocking Islamic finance potential to change the regime with strategic plan and execution to form a path-breaking innovation And then the multi-level perspective in this theory is on socio-technical transition will give different point of view about the multi-actors in different levels and how it interacts and who will influence the success of socio-technical transition. And in Indonesia has a strong technological niche innovation where the government support Islamic digital business and finance. Although we are still niche, only 8% licensed Islamic fintech already got a license. And then our market is also still low, which is equal as 8% as well. Hence, the objective is the studies to explore the potential of Islamic fintech to bring change to the financial industry landscape in Indonesia. So this is the theory that we use. The first one is the strategic risk management and also the multi-level perspective on socio-technical transition from GILs. Because in Indonesia, as we know that the incumbents, which is the conventional ones, have strong position, larger assets and capabilities. Meanwhile, Islamic finance in Indonesia have less competitive. But both conventional and Islamic finance are still on early stage in digital technology market. And the second one, most innovation failed due to lack of synergy and have a huge pitfall between research and development and market introduction. That's why the strategic niche management is not enough to know how the technological niche can bring change to the regime and to give the regime safe and multi-level perspective. That's why Scott and Gills combine strategic niche management and also multi-level perspective. As we can see that the niche innovation here is Islamic fintech. And also the socio-technical regime is something like dynamically stable already in the environment and social, and they have a different dimension which influence the niche innovation as well, like market preference, industry, science, policy, culture, and technology. And that's why niche innovation will bring bottom-up changes only if it is interrelated and correlated with the regime and landscape level processes. How is the relevance to Islamic fintech? Because Islamic worldview in duality and deep structural change for sustainable development are already there, where as we know that the global economic landscape shifts to a more sustainable or circular economy. So that's why it will give the opportunity for moral economics like Islam to be widely acceptable with current global regime. And this is a right momentum for us to change the regime, to bring change to the regime. And then the second one, in cultural role and Islamic worldview historically have same characteristic with socio-technical transition concept from Ibn Khaldun, where we acknowledge the duality and deep structural change within coexistence, science and knowledge, and also public discourse to bring change to society and economics level. And then the third one, innovation activities also has become a manifestation of spiritual journey to find meaning of success, not only in this world, but hereafter. And our method and case study is to address two questions and how Islamic fintech niche do innovation processes and their interaction with the multi-actors in each level, and then why Islamic fintech use their current approach and how it can affect the transition processes. And the studies refers to the procedure of theory building of case study. We use the qualitative ICIEF case studies for Amanah, which the Islamic fintech Indonesia aim to support and finance the micro and small business. Meanwhile, Alami mainly support the small and medium size business. So they have a different market. So this is a within case analysis. This is the innovation ecosystem, and both cases focus to bring change on technology regime with different niche ecosystem, because the digital literacy in Indonesia is quite high, but the technology is still low, mainly for micro and small enterprises. Innovation in Amanah, as we know that you can see from the niche level, this is quite complex, where they have a strategic partners, field partners, which is Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, to disburse to micro small enterprise as their intermediary between the crowdfunders and to finance the micro small enterprise. And then also they have a partnership with the Islamic community for donation and for social fund to bring the value creation and the value added service beside peer-to-peer lending. And then meanwhile in Alami it's more linear because Alami is focusing on the small and medium enterprise where they have a high technology adoption and also high financial literacy compared to micro and small enterprise. Both of the cases using Maqasid Sharia framework to develop product and service to bring maslahah and also bring, meanwhile Alami is more into the banker side of Maqasid Sharia, like financial literacy and transparency and accountability. And then this is the iterative learning processes and innovation. And these processes will provide an insight and creating windows of opportunity for novelties. Because they are still new, they have a lot of processes in parallel. For example, in Amanah, they have a halal micro small industry. They have a business team to form a partnership for business value creation and also risk and operation to assess and build partnership for financing. So in Amanah, the strategic partner is focusing on to developing the value-added services such as literacy for Quran, and then also for Islamic donation, and also for Wakaf with the Badan Wakaf Indonesia. And then meanwhile, for the field partner, is Baitul Mal wa Tamil is focusing on the financial disbursement to the halal micro small industry. Both of them have an iterative process how in collected data of the portfolio payment collection and performance reporting. So portfolio team and business and product team can develop and give the portfolio feedback to improve the portfolio and product and services. And then also if they, both of cases in Alami and Amanah, if they want to develop a new products, they have to present to Sharia Advisory Board, DPS, and also OJK to Sharia and POJK compliance products. And then meanwhile in Amanah, Alami, they focus on all small, so they are more linear compared to Amanah because they don't have to use intermediary service provider to have to disburse the finances because most of the small and medium enterprises are already bankable. So both use first order learning, which is to enhance their second order learning to improve their product and business innovation. So first order learning is about the information for data and for transactions, and then they can change the cognitive learning for their product innovation. So this is the cross case analysis. So in here that
Sister, you have 3 minutes left.
Yes. Yeah. So the technology as an intermediate to give greater impact and the path of success of the hereafter. And as a Muslim innovator, we always acknowledge that in Al-Alam that Allah as a subjectory for all of his servants. And then also we use the Maqasid Sharia framework, the motive of both institutions to innovate. And then mutual mission, maslahah, public interest between Islamic institutions can be a pivotal factors to success and co-creation. And then this is the concept can be potentially values that can be universally shared and accepted to achieve social technological transition between Islamic institution and also non-Islamic institution. So it will increase the likelihood of the new configuration breaks through to the window of opportunity for Islamic niche. So the conclusion is not only internal niche innovation and Islamic financial ecosystem, but we need to also have the interaction with policymakers as well as other strategic parties to success the transition of Islamic finance niche to mainstream that can change the region level. And then also it needs to creating strong capital and social network through technology as one of innovation strategies to accelerate and eventually we increase the chance for niche to merge with existing regional system. And then also as Islamic innovators, the cognitive thinking frameworks and Islamic norms not only to stop at business ethics, but also ethics toward God in the process of innovating. And then this study is not assess the magnitude of Islamic financial technology innovation, but the future study can develop a more comprehensive macrosocial sharing framework and index to strategize and increase the likelihood of Islamic niche innovation to bring socio-technical transition. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
MashaAllah, Yana, I think you must be engineer. Okay, I think it is, I think, quite technical. Thanks for your presentation. Okay, so now we call, I think, the last presenter, and also, I mean, my ex-student from in IIUM, actually. So we would like to call brother, Fahmi, brother Muhammad Fahmi. And also his co-author will be Shuaib. Okay, the title will be Revolutionizing Ijara through the fintech. Okay, the floor is yours, Fahmi. Thank you.
All right, sure. I will share the screen.
Yes.
So you can see my slide, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sure. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. So my name is Muhammad Fahmi Mustafa. Together with my co-author, Suhaib, we will present this paper titled Revolutionizing Ijara through Fintech. So it is indispensable for the Islamic finance to adapt to the new technology. Sharia welcome innovation as long as it is within the framework of compliance. This paper will analyze the latest trend in fintech world vis-a-vis Islamic fintech. Our method that we use is actually case study to explore the latest market trend, which focus on Ijara contract. The Ijara in form of ITAP, mostly used for vehicle finance in Malaysia. It started to create some issue, which we see some bank has moved up from ITAP. Lack of innovation, altercation may cause the stagnation of Islamic finance. So with that, can the latest trend in fintech salvage it by leveraging the car sharing or car leasing business model, which expected to grow at CAGR of 24% between 2020 to 2026, hence revolutionizing the Ijara. So financial sector has witnessed a substantial change in recent years. The emergence of fintech has forced the incumbent to shift to fintech business model into their operation. The incumbent has also used technologies such as big data, API, and whatnot. More challenges poses to Islamic financial market. With years trying to penetrate conventional market, now they are facing another challenge. So how can Islamic fintech catch up? So Islamic finance always revolves around the contract, such as murabaha, mudarabah, musyarakah, and ijara. For this paper specifically, ijara in relation to fintech will be focused. So ijara basically divided into two, employee service and usufruct of asset properties, which is related to the finance itself. So finance ijara, right? So there is operation lease and finance lease. Operation lease is a simple rental agreement where lessor lease asset and then lessee will return at the end of the period, whereby the finance lease, in other words, Islamic finance use ijara Sharia compliant alternative to finance lease. So IMBT is one of the breed of Sharia, whereby the lease will end with the ownership transfer. So in this paper, we also discuss about the issue of the ijara, whereby release. So release, according to the Sharia scholar, second fixed symposium of the KFH, release is actually allowed, right? Because lessee is actually the owner of the usufruct. As an owner, usufruct can be benefited by from himself and to others as well, right? So this paper also look into the combination of the contract. So combination of the contract such as the binding and non-binding, right? So fiqh literature allow the combination of contract of binding and non-binding contract. Hence, it's coming to our next discussion, which is the ITAP. So ITAP in Malaysia is widely used to mimic the hire purchase, where underlying asset is actually a vehicle. So ITAP through time has attracted some issues such as the right and liability of the lessor, who is responsible for the asset condition, lessor or lessee? The cause of loss, damage, impairment due to defective product, the force majeure shall be assumed by who? By owner or by the lessee? The contract itself, the fuduli issue actually, right? So the unauthorized agent issue. So Bank Negara, right, on June 29, 2018, has issued a new policy document to actually manage this issue. The paragraph 16 of the guideline has gone through length to spell out the right and liability of the lessor and lessee respectively. So there is a mixed reaction by the market. The ITAP, as we know, always refer to hire purchase, and then it's actually a conventional contract. Right? So Bank Islam has avoided using ITAP since the beginning. So now, in 2016, Bank Muamalat has actually go out from ITAP and now offering their vehicle financing under Murabaha. So with this, right, the movement has sparked some questions. Will all vehicle actually move up from ITAP? Will all, construct under Murabaha or maybe Tawarruk? So Malaysia may set this example, and this practice may actually spread to the world. So what is the consequence? So in this study, we see that there is a consequence that may impact the stagnation of the asset itself. Right? So COVID-19 pandemic inflicting high and rising human costs worldwide. Economy has, according to IMF, in 2020, economy will actually contracted by 3%. For Islamic finance, yes, there is a positive growth in 2017. It is actually reversing the preceding 2 years of stagnation. Right? So at 8.3% of growth. Now it's actually surpassed 2 trillion. So in 2018, it did improve a little bit, but in slower pace. So due to certain uncertain rising issues, so such as political issues, Brexit, COVID-19. So therefore, Islamic finance has to innovate, revolutionize, hence using technology vis-a-vis fintech. So fintech today, fintech is actually expected to grow to 309 billion in 2023. So Islamic fintech, under Islamic fintech, there is 38 companies offering Islamic fintech services. It has been identified by IFN. It covers 11 verticals, which is the technology, P2P, alternative finance, and so on and so forth. Malaysia has lead with 26 countries. However, there is a twist to it. The Islamic banking provider or back-end technology or core banking provider almost consists more than quarter of this 26 company. The same situation for the company that registered under the technology, IT, and infrastructure. This company is actually a company that work with the incumbent and financial institution rather than disruptive in nature. So, Islamic finance, if we want to grow, what is furthermore we want to explore? So there is this new trend in fintech, which they use the pay-per-use and mobility business model, which is highly related to leasing and ijarah model. So pay-per-use business model. So today, most of people, all of people, if they want to own the car, they will buy the car. But in future, according to the research by Rethink X, the ownership of the car will drop by 80%. People now will move to vehicle sharing and by leveraging the leasing module. So what is vehicle sharing? So vehicle sharing is actually leasing where people lease the car for a short time period, often hours or even months actually, right? So according to CSA 2020, car sharing is defined as environmental and social purpose. Car sharing designed for local. It aims to decrease personal ownership and provide affordable for people, all people to actually own the car. So to test this significant, right? To test whether. So this one is actually car sharing. So car sharing will grow at CAGR of 24%.
You have 2 minutes, Fahmi.
Oh, all right, okay, sure. So our case study, right? So our case study summarized that we actually case study on the two vehicle model, right? So according to the case study, SOCA model, right? So there is a SOCA and Nissan model. So SOCA model has actually less cost than the ITAP of 9, 7, and 5 years actually. And to summarize, from the economic perspective, SOCA model is actually better than ITAP, better than Nissan model, and it's actually take all the salient features of Ijara, right? So the way forward, right? So the way forward is that the model implemented by SOCA has proved that it will cost less for the lessee. So it is sustainable for the futures, because in futures, people actually will not own car. So it will use SOCA model to actually own in the car. So environmental friendly, whereby when people actually share car, so it more of environmental friendly. So handling of Sharia non-compliant activity, because all the data is actually within the system. So revolutionizing the Ijara. So you talk about this first principle thinking, whereby by braking, whereby braking actually asks us to actually, for us to actually return and revisit the first principle, whereby in this paper we return to the Ijara itself and try to reinvent it, right? So this research proved that Ijara will be one of the most important contract in the future, especially in vehicle and mobility model, right? While maintaining the Ijara compliant, so Sharia compliant, Ijara can be revolutionized, adapt to the new fintech business model, and drive the innovation forward. So with that, I think we cut short a lot. So with that, Assalamualaikum. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam, Fahmi. Thank you for your presentation. I think Prof. Zultrasri is here. I think he came now. So, I mean, we have one more presentation now. So, Prof, I mean, the floor will be yours. I think we will give you 12 minutes as well. So the title will be Professor Zultrasri is presenting factors that determine the investment-based fintech crowdfunding in Malaysia. So the floor is yours, Prof, and the time limit is 12 minutes because we have to finish by 2 p.m. Istanbul time, actually. Thank you, Prof. Prof, the floor is yours. Can you open your mic? I think your mic is closed, Prof. Zul. Prof. Zul, your mic is off.
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, now okay, yes.
So thank you very much. I'm very sorry for this delay because, you know, the connection is very poor. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Burhan. It's nice to see you again. Yeah. Okay, my topic as mentioned is pertaining to these factors that determine the investment-based finance crowdfunding. Basically, our idea here is to find out actually what are the issues that determine crowdfunding, because crowdfunding in Malaysia relatively is also quite new. So this is my outline: introduction, the literature review, research model, result, and the conclusion. So a little bit about the history. This paper actually combined both fintech and also crowdfunding. So crowdfunding comprised of digital.
Prof. Zul, can you make it full screen? Your slide. Can you make it full screen? Just clicking this. Yes.
Full screen, eh?
Yeah, just go to down there. Just press the one.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So as I said, the origin of fintech is also quite new in Malaysia. It's only in 1990s only it's picking up with the blockchain and so on. So fintech, crowdfunding relatively is also quite new. Okay, but it is a very good platform for us to either collect donation or raise fund for investment, so on and so forth. And so far, as you can see there, actually there are 10 platform operators coming up a total of 74 million and 77 MSCs. So MSME is also relying a lot on crowdfunding. And this is very important, area of research in Malaysia. It's also growing up. So immediately I can see the result there. We did this research and found out that there are males there, 69, female 31. And then the crowdfunding distribution, as you can see there, below 500,000, 55%, and so on and so forth. Okay, so actually we are going for more for the small businesses lah. So there's a gap of this study. There's a need for Islamic crowdfunding, and we are taking in this case, the investment crowdfunding. Okay, Islamic crowdfunding. This is, as I said, important gap for us to manage, because we need to manage the business and also people who want to contribute. Okay, this is what we are trying to find out here. So it's based on internet. All right, it's a worldwide phenomenon. Everywhere people are talking about fintech and crowdfunding nowadays. As I mentioned, divided into 3: donation, reward, and P2P. So this particular research based on P2P model, equity. Okay. So if you look at the business model, you can see there, number one, somebody has to apply for the business proposal. Then we launch the campaign, right? Launch the campaign, and people come to know about this thing, and they put the investment, and from that platform they release the cash to the entrepreneur. So basically that is the model. Okay, so I won't go through so much on this literature. I think Prof. Burhan also write many papers on this. I took some of this here. It's very good, very rich. Everywhere we are talking about it now. In China, I can see here 1, 2, 3, 4 Chinese people, also from Indonesia. But for Malaysia, I think this is growing. And this is my model, okay? My model here indicates the factors. So the factors, there are 4: passive informativeness, return on investment, social network, and the platform. And that is the IV. So the DV is the perceived usefulness and the perceived ease lah. And that will determine our factors. Our factors is actually investment, crowdfunding, right? So you can see here, this is the result. Most respondent male compared to female, 51, 53 to 47%, okay? Majority 18 to 20 years. And this is our result lah. Our result prove that these factors are actually reliable. Okay, so most of it are 0.7 and above, except for one, ROI. And then the hypothesis also, what you call that, the correlation also indicate that the correlation between these factors lah. Okay, so what we can conclude from this research is that all the factors that determines the, what I call that, factors that determine the investment in fintech are reliable, okay? Are reliable as far as this test is concerned. So as you can see, this is our model, and has our conclusion. We can say that the study has shown the TAM. TAM model is a good model that accept these factors, okay? And the research is useful for 2 reasons. And for academic, of course, as I said, this is something new. It's a new knowledge for Malaysia and also for over the world, that prove that these factors are important for the practitioner. Okay, so in other words, practitioner, if they want to do crowdfunding, they must take into these factors like perceived information, like I said, the 4 variables this time. So, okay, that's all. Prof. Burhan.
MashaAllah, Prof. I mean, very clear, very coherent. I think, I mean, that is the style of a professor. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Actually, just now, Brother Imran also presented, I mean, technology acceptance model. Actually, if you are there, okay, so maybe you can exchange some ideas as well. So now, can you close your PPT, Prof? I mean, now there is some questions. I mean, from the the participant. Okay, now I would like to look at these questions. Okay, the first question for Brother Shamsuddin. So the question is, what are the main problem in the blockchain is trying to solve in the current mechanism in your country. Okay, so meaning that what are the problem, okay, the blockchain is trying to solve the current zakat mechanism in your country. Shamsuddin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, actually, it's all about the card institutions, because blockchain is aimed to enhance the public confidence on the card institutions, especially as with regard to the collection and distribution. So blockchain technology is here to bring transparency. It's here to enhance the public confidence that as NAF, if you are NAF, you donate your zakat, you will see where your donation reach. So the aim of this technology is to, one, fast track the process of collection and distribution of zakat. Two, it will also reduce the operational cost of these institutions, as well as enhance the public confidence because of its transparency nature.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now the question for Brother Khalil, Mohammed Khalili. Which one is the best to use digital solution for? Zakat collection or zakat distribution?
Honestly, this is an important point in our paper that we have pointed out to that point, because the adoption of fintech solutions in the zakat collection is having a bigger contribution. They are Islamic fintech is more advanced in the collection process more than the distribution process, and this is one of the challenges that we mentioned in the paper. It's about the financial inclusion. So I think that we have to pay attention to the collection, which is now developed by using the online banking, online gateways, digital platforms, crowdfunding. We have to pay attention to the distribution process, because the first thing that the technology penetration used by the poor people, they can't afford to have the advanced technological equipment needed to use and adopt in the Islamic financial social finance. So in our paper, we have pointed that we have to pay attention to the distribution process, and we have to find more solutions and more developed solutions for the people. As in Malaysia, now they are using like rice machines, rice ATM machines, that you have a card and you can go there as a needy person and you can get the food from that ATM. So we have to pay attention and to find better solutions for the distribution, and also to find appropriate mechanisms to that database for the people, the beneficiaries, and all of these things.
Thank you. Now there is another question for Prof. Zul. I think that's a good question as well. The question is, does the investment-based crowdfunding also embrace the Islamic values as well? So that is the question.
Yeah, actually it is true. Currently, in fact, I'm also doing now Islamic crowdfunding research. But this is also quite new. Even the crowdfunding itself is also quite new, the conventional one. But of course, Islamic values includes things that is complied with the Sharia. There is no riba, no gara, and the business must be halal. I think that's what differ conventional and Islamic crowdfunding. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Actually, now I have the question for Brother Fahmi, actually. So just now you mentioned, I think you mentioned like revolutionizing, okay? I think that is very difficult to pronounce, actually. You mentioned revolution of the ITAP, actually. So, I mean, what's the main issues in the ITAP? Why we need the revolution? I mean, that's my question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. So now, right, ITAP has been there for quite some time. It has been used as a vehicle financing, actually. So now, after Bank Negara introduced the new policy document 2018, right, that's why this when Bank Muamalat look into it, right? Wow, this they have to comply at certain stringent of the lessor itself. So they have to bear the cost and whatnot, right? So that's why they said, hey, they cannot. So we have to actually move up. So they move up from the ITAP. Now they are using Murabaha. When they are using Murabaha, they are not bound with the HP Act anymore. So they can do whatever they like, actually. It's like a term financing.
Okay, thank you. Now, my question to sister Yana. I'm just wondering, as you know, actually in Indonesia, the Islamic social finance is very popular, actually. Now, I know I have some basic knowledge about the Islamic social finance in Indonesia. Also, they're saying that during the financial crisis, actually, normal people, actually, because they engage in a lot of the social finance, you know, zakat collection and so on and so forth. And I'm just wondering, any institution in Indonesia already implemented a kind of the fintech to manage any kind of the collection or distribution in Islamic social finance? Thank you. Or you don't know? I mean, if you say you don't know, you don't know. But I mean, I'm just wondering.
So one of the cases in Amanah as well have value-added services, because in Indonesia, if you have a license in peer-to-peer lending, you have to you only can use another value-added service, which is social donation. They have a wakaf as well, and also a donation, but not for zakat. But like in Dompet Duafa and also Rumah Zakat in Indonesia, they still based on Kita Bisa. It's a crowdfunding platform to distribute to donate the zakat through Basnas or through the third-party platform, not from the Dompet Duafa or Rumah Zakat itself. So they still build for their own fintech platform, because you need to have a license from OJK as well. Yeah. But what I know that it's only Kita Bisa is the crowdfunding social platform that will distribute to the Dompet Duafa or Rumah Zakat.
Thank you. Thank you. So among the panel, do you have any question for each other? I mean, do you have any other questions? Or if you you want to share something, you know, that will be good. If you have any question.
I just want to share regarding the presentation on the Ijara. I think it's very sad if that is the case, that, you know, if you can't solve it, you can't go to another way to make it worse, you know. This is my regret lah, because I think we should have Ijara Tuma Al-Bay law by itself now. But now it looks like it become high purchase, and you are running from another place to another place. Is not good, you know. This is my personal view. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You should really find and solve the problem and tell Banagara, you know, the one high purchase is not working. So you must look at the real concept. So isn't it?
Yeah, correct. So that's why I try to actually look at the fintech perspective, how to revolutionize it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think we need the real revolution of Fahmi, not the the imitative one, actually. You are right as well. So brother Dr. Imran or any other friends, okay, do you have any questions? I think we have the good discussions as well. I think everyone is well worth in their areas as well. Also, I learned from you a lot as well, actually. So actually, I also write an article how the Salam integrated the fintech, actually, so that we can providing what we call is the financing for the farmers, actually. I mean, that's why, we need some innovation. As I said, like real innovation rather than just mimicking of, some other the models as well. So I think with that, I think that we have very wonderful session. Everyone is follow the time, and the time management is excellent. And also, I would like to thank for everyone for participating in this conference. Actually, if there is no COVID-19, actually we're supposed to be come to our beautiful campus, Istanbul Islam University, actually, to explore, the historical city of Istanbul, actually. So, inshallah, in the future, we will see each other again. As you know, this world of Islamic finance is very small. Actually, I can see now 2 of my students here, one of university mates, and so on and so forth, even our professor, Prof. Zul, as well. So as you know, the world of Islamic finance is very small, actually. So inshallah, we will see you in the next conferences in maybe the other part of the world as well. So and maybe we can collaborate in terms of research, or like, you know, I mean, sharing the ideas. I mean, that will be very good, inshallah. So with that, I would like to actually, you know, I don't want to end the presentation, but I mean, that is, we came to the conclusion actually. So thanks for everyone. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for participating in the
so much.
conference. Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these 2 conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. the conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with an GNP share
Mustafa. Dear guests, welcome to the second day of the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Today's first keynote speech is going to be given by the Professor Mehmet Bulut, Rector of the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Before his speech, I would like to introduce him briefly. Professor Mehmet Bulut was born in 1970 in Çanakkale, Turkey. He graduated from 9 Eylül University, Department of Economics in 1992. He became an assistant professor in 2001, an associate professor in 2003, and a professor in 2008. He has held various positions at Kırıkkale and Başkent University. In 2011, he became the founder dean and vice rector of the Yıldırım Beyazıt University Faculty of Political Science. He worked as a manager in various public and private institutions. Professor Mehmet Bulut speaks Bulgarian, Arabic, Dutch, and English. He is married and has 3 children. Professor Mehmet Bulut has made a membership of Turkish Higher Education Council and also Turkey Academy of Sciences. He has been the rector of the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University since November 2013. He has published various international journals, and his research areas are economic and financial history, Islamic economics and finance, Ottoman economy and civilization, Ottoman economic history, economic relations between Europe and Turkey from Ottoman era to the present. His title of the speech today is going to be Ottoman Wakf-based and Western European interest-based financial system between 1450 to 1900. Comparative overview. Professor Mehmet Bulut, please going to be speak.
Thank you so much, Mustafa, Mr. Chairman. Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Okay, Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. I would like to thank to all the participants from all of the world that are following us now, and my best regards from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. I will speak about the Ottoman Wakf-based and Western European interest-based financial systems from the 15th till 20th century. Why we need this comparison? As you know, the main theme of this conference is the sustainable development for real economy. And in this concept, when we, I think, as are working on Islamic economics and finance, we need to understand the 2 different words or some similarities between the 2 words, Western Europe and the Ottoman Empire, because these 2 words in modern times, when European economic system was established and when European expansion was existing in recent 500 years, at the same time, the Ottoman Empire, very close to Europe, and as the representative of Islamic civilization, it was also in expansion, as you know. But when we look at the systems, there are some similarities, but there are also some differences on their mentality, the role of the institutions, the structure, financial, economic, and social objectives. And also, it's worth comparing both the modern Western and Ottoman economic and financial systems according to their fundamental aims, values, nature, ethics, and dynamics of in the society. The world views moral and ethical systems, as well as the ways and means according to which they shape the socio-economic life and welfare in general, by introducing different models and solutions from the historical heritage of the Ottomans. This comparison can make some kind of contribution to the solutions for the current financial, economic, and social problems of the Muslim countries and the rest of the world. And also, as you know, economy, is relating to the human beings. And when we also need to look at the main actors in economy, institutions, states, and the systems. When we look at the literature on the issue, as you know, there are some Western scholars who worked on this, the establishment of the modern economic and financial system in the West. Werner Zombart, Max Weber, Fernand Braudel, and Immanuel Wallerstein are the most famous scholars who worked on this issue. When we look at the Ottoman side, for Ottoman economic system, we have Ömer Lütfi Barkan, Halil İnalcık, Mehmet Genç, and Ahmet Tabakoğlu. And myself, I have written some articles on this Ottoman economic system. And when we look at the Ottoman financial system and the cash box, there are some articles and books by Şevket Pamuk, Murat Çizakça, Tahsin Özcan, and myself. So my presentation plan is today. First, I will look at the Ottoman Vakf system, Vakf tradition, and cash box. Then to look at the interest-based financial institutions in the West, and then I will make a comparison and then come to conclusion. So when we look at the Vakf tradition, it is, very important as a third sector, in addition to private and public sector. In Islamic heritage, Vakf sector is very crucial. In the Quran, as you know, in the Surah Ali Imran, in 92 verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Bismillah, never will you attain the good reward until you spend in the way of Allah from that which you love, maybe the best love. And whatever you spend, indeed, Allah is knowing of it. And Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, when a human being dies, all of his deeds are terminated except for the three types. One, an ongoing sadaqah, a knowledge of Islam or some useful information from which others benefit, and a righteous child who makes dua for him. So these two realities from the book, the holy book of the Muslims, and from the message of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we understood that donation is, a big investment, not just for this world, but, unlimited profit is possible if a Muslim, if a human being can make a waqf, a donation, So waqfs can be established for various objectives. Most of them are for philanthropic or public purposes, higher or religious, social, economic, charitable intentions for education, health, different aspects of the needs of society. When we look at the Ottoman Vakf system, we can accept the Ottoman civilization is a kind of a Vakf civilization. The Vakf, founded by the Orhan Gazi, the second Sultan of Ottoman Empire, in the first quarter of 14th century for the madrasa, for education, whose mudarris was Davud Kayseri, was known as the first Vakf of the Ottomans. And they are the strong followers of Nizamiye madrasa system. Nizam al-Mulk was established, before the Oxford, Cambridge, and Sorbonne universities in this area, during the Seljuk Empire. So the Ottoman scholars were following the same thing, and they established these institutions under the leadership of as Sultan Orhan Gazi and as the Mudarris was Dawood Kayseri. The Waqfs were not only institutions founded by philanthropists who were wealthy or in the ruling class, but ordinary citizens, as we will see, especially in cash Waqfs, could establish Waqfs alone or with getting together. There is a resource transfer mechanism in the Waqfs between income groups. This transfer mechanism can be realized in line with the aims of the Waqf, or it can be realized directly from the capital of the Waqf, as in the case of cash Waqfs. When we look at the cash Waqfs are the Waqfs that their entire or a portion of capital was formed with cash money. Maybe before the Ottomans, there are some kind of institutions, but in this context and in this structure, in this framework, we can say that these cash Waqfs are the original Ottoman innovation. So they are the pioneers of modern, Islamic financial institutions. The modern Islamic banks are based on this system. So we can say that, most the Islamic economists and Islamic scholars are discussing this issue, that the first Islamic bank was appeared in Egypt in 1960s. But I believe that as we realized a huge work on the Ottoman cash Waqf system, we prepared 12 volume in 10 years with 20 scholars. We understood that they start first in 15th century in the Ottoman Europe in Romania. And we understood that these are the first, if we accept the early modern times, I will explain you later on in this comparison. These are the first modern Islamic banks, if you like, we can accept them. They have very crucial role in the stability of the financial system in Ottoman Empire, with preventing high usury interest and determining market interest rate, providing cash for entrepreneurs such as merchants, artisans, craftsmen, and tradesmen. Cash Waqf also financed waterworks, sidewalks, bridges as an infrastructure service. Also education institutions like madrasa, schools, kulliyas, libraries, and also health institutions, health service like hospitals, clinic, and patients, and also religious institutions, mosques, masjids, lodges, and also commercial and trading and economic institutions like khans, caravansarais, bazaars, as the important institutions in commercial life. So there are, in the beginning, there were some very important discussions among the Ottoman scholars for these institutions to be accepted as Islamic or not. The Ottomans were dependent on, as you know, on Hanefi jurisprudence, and Hanefi school was the followers of Hanefis were against it, and hence the views of Hanefi Mushtahid imams were very critical for cash Waqfs. And as you know, Imam Abu Hanifa was opposed to donation of movable as Waqf property. But Imam Zufar claimed that cash, comestibles, measurable, and vegetable goods should be regarded as a Waqf property. And Imam Muhammad and Imam Abu Yusuf, Imam Muhammad claimed that cash, comestibles, measurable, and weighable goods would be regarded as a Waqf property. And Imam Abu Yusuf said that some of the movable could be accepted as a Waqf goods. So among the Ottoman scholars, we have seen that Ibn Kemal and Chivizade and Birgivi, they are against these cash WACs, but Bali Effendi and Ottoman Sheikhul Islam Ebu Suud Effendi, they are in favor and they are strongly support these institutions. So in a very short time, during the Chivizade time, there is a ban for cash WACs in Ottoman Empire, but later on it was accepted and it was extended from Ottoman Europe to Anatolia, to the modern Middle East, North Africa, all parts of the Ottoman Empire. The permission given to the cash WACs and indication of Ottoman financial mentality. Moreover, this is the evidence that Islamic law has a flexible structure, not strictly unmodified, contrary to the claims. The priority of the cash WACs was charity. Thus, the Ottoman financial mentality was shaped by the charity framework. This motivation was one of the main pillars of the legitimacy of the cash WACs. So when we look at the Ottoman cash WACs, there is a huge procedure. The donator, the WACF, the founder is coming in front of the jury. The founder comes to the presence of the Qadi with his document. The founder repeats the conditions that he wrote in Waqfiyya at the presence of the Qadi. The trustee also approves the statement of founder. Then the WACF is founded. The second stage is legalization stage. At this stage, the establishment of the WACF is a matter of trial and the case is brought to the court. The path to follow in this stage is like that. The founder claims that establishing a cash WACF is not in line with Islamic rules because they are strict followers of Hanafi school. The founder requested the endowed cash, the fees of trustee back from the trustee, and the trustee objects to this request. He also provides reasons for objection that he has done. He says that establishing a cash WACF is appropriate for Imam Zufar. He states that he has rejected the fee which he has taken as a trust in accordance with the conditions in the Waqfiyya. And the Qadi takes into account the views of Imam Zufar and other mujtahids and the benefits of the WACF for society in the end, and he approves the establishment of the WACF. So now, there is, according to Islamic economic paradigm and the modern Western capitalist economic paradigm is the main difference in between, the Ottoman economy is based on profit, but the Western capitalist economic financial system is based on interest. So in Islam, interest is forbidden, profit and trade is, halal. In capitalist system, both of are allowed. In communist system, in socialist system, again, both are, not allowed. So Islam in this respect is a balanced system, if you like. The use of interest-free operating methods by cash WACs led to them to be seen as pioneers of modern Islamic financial institutions. The 8 methods in the cash WACs were identified from the Waqfiyyas and other archival documents. These are the Qarz Hasan, Mudaraba, Bida, Murabaha, Pay Istiglal, buy for renting, operating at Waqf, and the istirba at a military court. The condition of making interest-free the transactions in Waqfiyyas paved the way for these methods. Although the terms of Mudaraba and Musharaka as partners models were not mentioned in the Waqfiyyas, the emphasis of person who used debt loan from the Waqf should be merchant or artisan show that the cash WACs contribute to trade and production activities. In addition, the rule of not lending money to professionals with fixed income, such as civil servant and ulama also indicates that cash waqfs did not lend money based on directly cash, just like consumer loans, but there are some, important aims. When we look at the cash waqfs, very different than the Western financial institutions, the main aim is altruistic aims. And these institutions are altruistic financial institutions. In the Ottoman Empire, there is no state support capitalism in economic terms, unlike Europe at the same period. When you take into consideration the mercantilist time, all states' intervention and state support is very crucial for tradesmen, merchants, or businessmen. But in Ottoman Empire, there is a different picture. Financial mentality is different again in Ottoman side. Moral point of view is very crucial. Cash waqfs were shaped by charity activities rather than by profit. Of course, there is profit aims for continuation and for sustainability, but the main aim is more social than economic, I would say. As it can be seen from the examples, women also established cash waqfs. There was no obligation to be rich or elite to establish a cash waqf. Even those who had very small amounts of cash established cash waqfs. This is very crucial, ladies and gentlemen. Ottomans encouraged all the individuals, as I read in the beginning, the message from the Holy Book and from the message of Prophet Muhammad, they encouraged all society to establish waqf. So waqf mentality is very important, as mentality as for the individuals. But in Western side, we will come, Homo economicus mentality is the main, driving force for Western capitalism and the modern system. There were also common waqfs that people come together to build waqf. The solutions for all needs in this waqf system, in Ottoman system, we have seen that benefits of the waqfs, criticism, a third way is the middle way redistribution mechanism, wealth transfer channel, institutional response to needs, educational institutions, religious institutions, and infrastructure of the society. In Ottoman waqf-based financial system, there are 4 pillars. They based on Islamic ethical methods, operated as microcredit mechanism, not a kind of monopoly or concentrate on, the rich businessmen like bourgeois in the West, and regional institutions focused on the needs of society. When we come to the interest-based financial system in the West, as you know, the Western system, Western economic and financial modern system was started to be established in 16th century. Maybe first in the southern part of Europe, but then moved to the north. There is, some different explanations according to Werner Zombart, this system started to be established in Italian city-states under the leadership of the Jews, businessmen and merchants. But according to Max Weber, it was established in the northern western part of Europe by Reformation, by the Protestants, by the followers of Protestantism, and Protestant ethic played a crucial role in this respect. So that means, religious transformation or reformation played crucial role in this respect. In Western economic mentality has been greatly influenced by Christianity, according to Weber, and by Judaism, according to Zombart. The emergence of bourgeois, reformer, Renaissance movements can be defined as the studies to bring rationality to Christianity. These movements and developments caused the moral, features used by Christianity to restrain the capitalist economic mentality lost their importance. The history of capitalism is the date of deviation from Christianity. In addition to economic mentality, religious faith evolved from the belief of Allah to humanitarianism in this period. The West, where capital accumulation started with colonial activities, is very crucial, according to Karl Marx, realized the Industrial Revolution thanks to this capital accumulation. In modern financial institutions, we have seen, the banks with interest, joint stock companies, and stock market and insurance are very crucial. There are some more, and these banks, especially banks with interest, till 16th century, these institutions were not allowed in any society. In Islamic world, in Christianity world, in Jewish world, everywhere it was, not allowed. It was unethical and unacceptable. But first time was accepted in 16th century, and then first maybe modern bank with interest was Amsterdam Bank, was established in the beginning of 17th century, was accepted by the society ethically, and as allowed to establish that kind of institution. So this institution was very critical, and it played, it was based on interest. A crucial role was played on capital accumulation and transfer mechanism of. So when we come to the comparison, in Western Europe from early modern times, we have seen that in individual mentality, there is a big change. We have seen with a new economic actors. These individuals are homo economicus, focused on their maximization of their profit and utility. So unlimited needs for this homo economicus. Resources are limited, but their needs are unlimited. But as you know, desires can be unlimited, but needs, I think, are limited. So the people are, the society started to be changed in the West, and business entrepreneurs focus on maximization of their economic profits as much as possible. So domestic sources are not enough, as the labor force or raw materials or capital. So they need to exploit the rest of the world. So this, led to the expansion of Europe, and then, by encouragement of the state to export and support the merchants, businessmen, we have seen the establishment of national industries and nation state, and the main focus of these nation states are the change and economic growth. But when we, look at the institutions again, I mentioned before, banks with interest, joint stock companies first time appeared at this time, stock exchange and insurance. These institutions did not appear in Ottoman Empire till 19th century, second half of 19th century. They, they are living together very close to each other, but the Ottomans do not accept these institutions. When we look at the Ottoman world, in Ottoman world, there is a very different view in economy, in social life, in financial life. Social, political, and economic justice in society, we call adale, is very crucial, And a brotherhood system is important. Ukhuvet, akhilik, main economic actors are these akhis. Venture capital is important. There is a strong correlation between risk and risk. They are using mudarabe, musharaka, murabaha, muzara. So that means they are sharing the profits rather than the capital accumulation to focus on just rich merchants or businessmen. Quality control HISP system is important, encouraging import and discouraging export for free trade, plenty of economy provisionism. Provisionism, the major population centers are important. Collection of taxes, fiscalism as low as possible, not high tax, but low, and continuation and the balance and stability in the society is important. Continuation, the balance and stability. Sustainability is important in Ottoman society. And WACF system as a third sector in economy and finance society is very important. And cash WACFs from social to financial life, it's important, we have seen. So when we look at the comparison of borrowing rates in the West, it's interest rate. In Ottoman side, these are the, the profits rates. And we have seen there is, the Ottoman borrowing rates higher in blue line, but there is a stability, But in West, some countries are higher in 17th century, but in most part of this early modern to 20th century, their borrowing rates are lower because the capital accumulation is higher than the Ottoman Empire. In comparison, we have seen that in the operations, Islamic in Ottoman cash WACFs, there are Islamic and ethic. In interest-based financial institutions, they based on interest. Periodism, this from 15th to 20th century, but interest-based financial institutions still continue from 15th century. They start founders, ordinary people, and ruling class. Though in Ottoman cash WACFs, they can be established by in the West in generally rich merchants. As today, if you would like to establish a bank with interest, you need to be rich. Capital is even small amounts, but in interest-based system need great investment and capital. Operation rates is in between 10 and 15%, but in interest-based system, it depends on situation. Debtor is entrepreneurs, artisans, tradesmen, merchants. But in interest-based financial institutions, it depends on situation. And type of credit depends on production and trade. In interest-based system is various. Microcredit system in that side is various. And I think the time finished. I am come to the conclusion. In Ottoman cash WACFs, capital accumulation is limited, but in modern financial institution, transfer capital accumulation certain people and groups and benefit with the service financed by the WACF, everyone in region and every who use it. But in modern financial institutions, owners and shareholders just, and geography spread regional, but in modern financial institutions, they are domestic and abroad. Management, the founders themselves and trustee he has appointed, but in modern financial institutions, founder of professional institutions, management such as general manager. Fund transfer money is sometimes good in accordance with the requirements of the WACF, and always money transfer in modern times. Employees, volunteers of paid employees, and so the priority is important in Ottoman cash WACF is, of course, there are economic, but mostly social development and balance, sustainable development is very crucial. But in modern financial institutions, concentrate on growth and change. So this is my conclusion. Cash WACFs are one of the most important institutions that the Ottomans contribute to for the Muslim entrepreneurs, merchants, craftsmen, and solutions to their financing needs with their worldwide and benefits by compliance with Islam. It emerged as institutions that respond extensively to these needs from the 14th century to the beginning of 20th century. The solutions that the Ottomans found to problems the society encouraged are indicative of the flexibility in the Ottoman law, finance, and religious systems. The cash WACFs that meet both basic needs of the society and respond to the cash need in the financial system were unique. In this regard, the cash WACFs were more flexible and faster functioning than real estate WACFs. So the fact that the cash box had survived for 500 years is a sign of success of the system and mentality during the expansion of the Western capitalism to all three continents. The examining of system and mentality is possible with the understanding of Ottoman worldview in general. In my last words, I want to share with you in these 12 volumes, we prepared summaries in 3 languages. I think from all of the world, if you would like to know more about the Ottoman cash WACF system, you can apply to this document. Thank you so much for listening to me and for following. Thank you.
Dear Prof, I would like to thank you for sharing your valuable information with us. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
That is very important for us to know about the Ottoman cash WACF, which is interest-free based financial system, and your comparison interest-based financial system, and your valuable contribution to the literature titled on the book and Islamic economics. Thank you so much for your contribution.
My pleasure.
Mehmet Hocam teşekkür ederiz. Gayet başarılı geçti.
full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. A university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University.
Dear guests, distinguished scholars, respected participants from all over the world. Welcome to the second keynote speech of the International Islamic Economics and Finance Conference. Today's, the second keynote speech is going to be given by the distinguished Professor Dr. Murat Çizakça. Before his speech, I would like to introduce him and give a little brief information about his information about himself. He is going to talk about a broad look at the Islamic finance. He is a professor of Islamic economics and finance at currently Karatay University. He is presently also an adjunct professor of Islamic economics and finance at Marmara University in Turkey. Formerly, he was a professor of Islamic economics, finance, economic history, Islamic finance and economic history at INSEIF in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Professor Çizakça received his PhD in economics and economic history in 1978. He wrote 7 books about Islamic economics and economic history. One of the book of his titled A Comparative Evolution of Business Partnership, Islamic World and the West, with specific 3 reference to the Ottoman archives. And his most recent book, published in 2014, is entitled Islam and the Challenges of the Western Capitalism. We will now look at his speech, which is entitled A Broad Look at Islamic Finance. Professor, we are ready to listen your speech.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. The title of my paper is A Broad Look at Islamic Finance. And why is this page not going down? This is what happens with PowerPoint, I suppose.
Prof, I think it is because of the, yeah.
Okay, here we are. Okay. So there is some delay, I think. Okay. Yeah. Well, as we all know, Islam is almost 1,500 years old, but the modern Islamic finance, as most of us know it today, emerged after the Second World War. But most of us are ignorant about the true heritage of Islamic finance, covering the period from the 7th century to the present. So we are not informed about this very long history of Islamic finance. As a result, we are unaware of many instruments used by our forefathers. So what are the instruments of modern Islamic finance? The instruments that we use nowadays are only a few. These can be, these are basically, we can find them within Islamic banks. So these instruments are primarily murabaha, tawarruk, musharaka, mutanakisa, etc., ijara, etc. These are all Sharia compliant instruments, and they have the following characteristics. They are risk averse, and because they have been mostly adapted from conventional finance, They are burdened by adaptation costs incurred while making them Sharia compliant. These costs emerge while making them Sharia compliant, and these costs shrink profits. The radical changes in the modus operandi of Islamic banks are not expected, despite these disadvantages. That's because they provide safe and interest-free returns to the depositors as well as banks' shareholders. The same is true for sukuk investors as well. These are disadvantages, these are shortcomings, but we have to observe, acknowledge that Islamic banks have also achieved something important. They have largely succeeded in transforming non-banking Islamic societies into banking societies. This is important because savings of the masses can now be channeled to finance major projects. Those who are financed by Islamic banks are usually well-established businesses or traders, merchants. The problem is young and promising entrepreneurs with high profit potential but high risks are completely discarded from the system. This is because Mudaraba, the instrument that focuses on young entrepreneurs, comprises merely about 5 to 6% of the investment portfolio of Islamic banks. So it is the Mudaraba which focuses on young entrepreneurs, but Mudaraba is not there. It is not being utilized. It's a pity, because Mudaraba was a partnership practiced by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and therefore constitutes a sunnah. If despite such impeccable legitimacy, Islamic banks by and large ignore Mudaraba, that's primarily due to the mismatch of funds problem. This problem arises because while depositors deposit their savings with Islamic banks on short term, Mudaraba investments yield returns in the long run. But whatever impediments or obstacles there might be, Mudaraba must be revitalized. We need Mudaraba not only because it has impeccable Islamic legitimacy, but also because it is the most entrepreneur-friendly financial instruments that we have. This is for the following reasons. First, it's a capital-labor partnership, and the entire capital is provided by the capitalist partner. This means even, say, a third-year engineering student with zero funds of his own can obtain finance. Two, he does not need to provide collateral or an excellent balance sheet. Three, in case of loss, he does not lose his little capital. So if they wish to enhance entrepreneurship, which is the essence of economic growth, Muslim countries must reintroduce Mudaraba into their financial systems. The first step involves Islamic banks. Indeed, how to nudge these banks in the desired direction, that is, to have more Mudaraba in their investment portfolio. Two policies come to mind. First, make all profits earned by Islamic banks from Mudaraba operations 100% tax-free, while taxing other profits as usual. Two, force the banks to increase their Mudaraba total investment ratios by annual increments to a reasonable amount, perhaps to 20%. So these two policies come to mind. But even with such policies, there is only limited potential for Islamic banks to reintroduce Mudaraba. The true potential lies with non-bank financial instruments. The essential point here is that these instruments must not have mismatch of funds problems. This means they must have patient capital. Throughout Islamic history, the most patient source of capital was the waqfs. This is because Waqfs are formed when well-to-do Muslims donate their capital for a good cause in perpetuity. Their motive for doing so has been mainly religious. Once donated, Waqf capital cannot be withdrawn or sold to someone or be given as collateral. This is precisely why Waqf Sukuk synthesis is very doubtful. Waqf Esham, that is another synthesis, but I haven't explained it yet. Maybe you are hearing for the first time the word Esham, but that's a very important instrument. I will explain in a minute. Waqf Esham synthesis is much more preferable and plausible. Simply put, Waqf capital yields returns, and these returns must be allocated for the charitable purpose of the Waqf in perpetuity. There is no reason whatsoever Waqf that is designed to finance young entrepreneurs. There is also no reason whatsoever why the instrument of choice should not be the Mudaraba. Now, people may think that Mudaraba is a risky investment. Sure, that's true. And it may kill the Waqf's capital. This is where they go wrong. It is not the original capital, but it's usufruct that is invested. Mudaraba is surely risky, but Waqf capital is not exposed to risk. Its usufruct is. To sum up, a Waqf established as a legal person with the purpose of financing entrepreneurs acts as a Rabil Mal, a capitalist, and provides patient capital. Such a Waqf may obtain its initial capital through personal donations of well-to-do persons. This is the traditional way. Or nowadays, through crowdfunding of masses, this can be organized as well, or in the form of donated stocks. In this case, the dividends are made available for Mudaraba investment. This is known as Waqf of stocks. All of these will be 100% Sharia compliant. When a Waqf, however formed, invests its capital with an entrepreneur, it should do so in the form of equity finance. Equity finance is well known in the West and is routinely applied in Silicon Valley by venture capitalists. So this is well known. But for those who are not familiar with the way American venture capital operates, let me summarize it very briefly. First, the entrepreneur applies to this is a young entrepreneur who has no money whatsoever, but who has a project. He has the brains. He applies to a venture capital company for financial support. Two, the venture capital company starts due diligence process and examines the proposed project purely on feasibility and profit potential. If successful, entrepreneur is asked to form a joint stock company. 4, in return for the requested capital, entrepreneur gives up a certain percentage of his shares to the venture capital company. Exact amount determined through bargaining. 5, thus cash and shares are exchanged, and a partnership is created between the venture capitalist and the entrepreneur. In this partnership, capital is provided 100% by the capitalist, with the entrepreneur providing only his knowledge and work. 7, profit generated is shared according to the number of shares held by each partner. This is profit follows mutual agreement. 8, loss goes entirely to the capitalist who had provided the entire capital. Loss follows capital. These conditions, ladies and gentlemen, are identical to Islamic Mudaraba. So it's very weird, I know, but venture capital as practiced in California, Silicon Valley is identical to Islamic Mudaraba. Amazing, but this is so. Now let me come to another institution, ESHAM. Alternatively, ESHAM shares issued by the state can also provide patient capital for financing young entrepreneurs. So we examined first venture capital, which provides patient capital to young entrepreneurs. Now we are examining the second alternative, ESHAM. Now, ESHAM is a unique instrument of public finance and has been successfully used by the Ottoman state for several centuries. ESHAM, so it has been used in history. We know how to operate it. ESHAM enables a state to borrow capital from the public without rate of interest. Now, had Saudi Arabia used ESHAM recently, it could have borrowed the 17.5 billion US dollars that it borrowed without interest. It could have done that. ESHAM would have enabled the Saudi government to borrow 17.5 billion US dollars without interest. Now, what is the modus operandi of ESHAM? First, the state has an asset that yields regular revenue annually. It fluctuates, but a regular revenue. Two, a fraction of this revenue is allocated to the ESHAM operation. Three, state issues ESHAM shares to the public with the promise that it will distribute the allocated revenue among the shareholders pro rata. Four, these payments shall continue annually until the investors are paid back and the government's debt is redeemed. Five, what makes ESHAM a unique instrument of public finance is that the date of redemption is decided by the borrower, by the state, and not by the investors. This is the unique part of ESHAM. As long as the government continues to pay the annuities regularly, it is not under any obligation to redeem the shares. 7, this is 100% compliant with Surah Baqarah, verse 282, where it is stated, I quote, let him who incurs the liability dictate, unquote. Yusuf Ali translation. Since it is the government that has incurred the liability, it dictates the day of redemption. The government dictates the day of redemption. The 7 characteristics of ESHAM make it clear that it is also a very patient capital. For as long as the annuities are paid, the entire capital collected from the public stays with the state. Investors cannot demand their money back. Thus, ESHAM solves definitively the mismatch of funds problem encountered by Islamic banks. It is therefore a far more potent instrument for financing mudaraba and entrepreneurship. We have now come to the big question. How should the ESHAM funds collected by the state be channeled to young entrepreneurs? A warning here. Government bureaucrats must not be allowed to choose entrepreneurs due to the potential of corruption. Don't let the bureaucrats put their hands into this. Choosing the entrepreneur must be done by venture capital professionals. That's a very specialized business. Israel's Yozma program is a good example. They are applying it very, very successfully. For instance, if an Israeli entrepreneur receives finance from an American venture capital company, Israeli government matches funds at the rate of 2/3. Thus, in short, funds collected by the state through ESHAM must be invested utilizing venture capital mudaraba mode. But this must be done through venture capital firms, and state involvement must be limited to fund matching only. All of this is possible because ESHAM collected funds are patient capital and avoid mismatch of funds. Some shares can also be used for open market operations of Islamic central banks. When these banks wish to inject money into the economy, they redeem some held by the public. And when they want to withdraw money from the economy, they can issue new some shares and sell them to the public. So they can be used to adjust the level of liquidity that's prevailing in the economy by central banks. Thus, in addition to Waqf of stocks, we also have ESAM. Both of these instruments provide patient capital for young entrepreneurs through mudaraba and venture capital. There is only one condition. Managers, whether of Waqfs or ESAM, leave identifying the promising entrepreneurs to venture capital specialists and focus on fund matching only. So far, we have primarily focused on financing high-tech entrepreneurs. But microfinance also targets entrepreneurs with one difference. These entrepreneurs are usually very poor women. The original Islamic bank established by Ahmed al-Najjar in 1963 in Egypt, though never called as such, was the first ever microfinance institution. It was before Professor Yunus's Al-Gharamein Bank. Al-Najjar's main argument was that the classical savings function, S is equal F of Y, was correct but insufficient, because savings were also a function of motivation, he said. So S is equal F of Y and M, where M is the motivation. Put differently, as he used to say, given hope, even the poorest peasant can save. In his bank in Mitgamer, he allowed local peasants to open mudaraba accounts with micro deposits. If these persons continue to invest regularly their meager savings and demonstrate their saving behavior, they will be provided with micro capital in the form of mudaraba. Al-Najjar's bank flourished between 1963 and 67 when it was closed down by the Egyptian dictator Nasser, Jamal Abdel Nasser, for purely political reasons. Thus, the first modern and genuinely Islamic bank functioning in both the liability and asset sides as multiple mudarabas, it was a beautiful organization, as well as the first Islamic microfinance institution came to an end. It was killed in Egypt by a dictator. The idea of microfinance resurfaced in Bangladesh under the leadership of Professor Muhammad Yunus. Professor Yunus stumbled upon the idea of microfinance while observing the villages nearby his university. So this is a true cohesion situation with institutions springing into being when there is a need for them. The Grameen Bank of Muhammad Yunus was established in 1974. Thus, the idea of microfinance was first envisaged by Al-Najjar, but successfully established by Yunus. But there is a substantial difference between the two institutions. While Al-Najjar's bank operated as multiple mudarabas, the Grameen operates with microcredit. But Yunus is not to be blamed. When criticized by some for letting the Grameen operate with credit, hence interest, Yunus said, if only the government allowed the Grameen, the Grameen Bank can become Islamic overnight. This appears to be unrealistic, almost fantastic, but it's actually true and quite simple. Yunus has proposed to solve the riba problem at Grameen by distributing the bank's shares to borrowers pro rata, and thus making each borrower a shareholder. Thus, each time a person borrows microcredit from the Grameen Bank, she pays interest actually to herself. Yunus obtained fatwas that this is not riba. When Professor Yunus wanted to apply his idea and establish the Grameen Bank as one owned 100% by the borrowers, his hands were tied by the government of Bangladesh, which took 60% of the shares. With only 40% remaining to the borrowers, the plan could not be implemented, and the Grameen remains a riba bank. Despite the initial disappointment in Bangladesh, Professor Yunus succeeded to persuade the government to increase the shares of borrowers from 40 to 75%. It is to be hoped that the 100% target will be reached sometime soon. To sum up, the Grameen Bank has made it clear that a microfinance bank can successfully operate and that it can be 100% Islamic. But the approval and the cooperation of the government is needed. This can be done on the condition that 100% of the bank is owned by the very borrowers who borrow money from the bank. So this is a discovery which we must carefully think about and force the governments to cooperate along these lines. To summarize now my whole presentation, I am considering Islamic finance as a big system. So far, first of all, Islamic finance is a private sector, a Waqf sector, or the third sector, as it is usually called, or the state sector. Now, what we apply nowadays, what we know nowadays, is only Islamic banks and takaful on the left side, the private side, and now I'm jumping and sukuk on the state sector. The rest is not applied. That's why we are operating, when we say Islamic finance, we are really referring to the tip of the iceberg. The bulk of the iceberg is under the ocean, and it covers this whole area, if you can follow my cursor. Let me go a little bit deeper into this. Private sector, I don't need to explain Islamic banks and tekaful. I'm sure you know all those things. The second part is microfinance. The Nagar Yunus type microfinance. The Najjar type microfinance operates entirely with Mudaraba, and Yunus type microfinance can become 100% Islamic, as I have explained. There is one more institution which I did not refer yet, and that is the Tabung Haji, established by Unku Aziz in Malaysia. That's a very successful institution which finances the pilgrims. So all of this is private sector, but microfinance, all of it microfinance. Tabung Haji can also be considered as a microfinance institution. Now, on the right side of the private sector, we have venture capital, as practiced by the Americans in Silicon Valley. But but this venture capital, as I have explained, it actually operates with Mudaraba. It is amazing. It is American. It is Californian, but it is 100% Islamic. This is one of the mysteries of the 20th century. Amazing. Anyone who would carefully study venture capital and compare it with Mudaraba, as I have done in various of my books, would agree with me, I think. So this venture capital must be mobilized. We have to start it, and we can learn from the Americans. They are the ones who are using it, so there is nothing wrong with learning from them. But within the Islamic system, this venture capital sector can also be financially supported by the Waqf of stocks. That is to say, the dividends earned by the Waqf of stocks can be used to either directly co-finance entrepreneurs financed by the venture capital system, match funding. The Waqf of stocks dividends can be used for match funding. Then we have the real estate Waqfs. I don't need to talk about those. They are very well known. Then we come to the state sector. as I have mentioned, ESSAM is a very, very potent instrument. It can facilitate government borrowing from the public very rapidly and amounting to huge funds. We have historical evidence for that, but I don't have time to go into the details. But it has been proved. So the government can initiate the ESSAM system. It can borrow very large amounts from the public. And because it's a very, very patient capital, it can use this money to fund matching via the venture capital system. So these two arrows here are very important. The financing to the Islamic venture capital coming from the Waqf of stocks and from the ESSAM system. Financing can come from there. So this one comes from the government, but through the ESSAM system, and this one comes from the private enterprise, from the Waqf sector, again to the venture capital sector, through fund matching. This, I think, is the iceberg in its entirety. Let us please start observing the entire iceberg. I repeat, we are only seeing this one and that one. Let us start seeing this whole area. When our students get depressed and ask us and ask me, sir, what am I going to do? There are only so few Islamic banks in Turkey, so how can I find jobs? I say, look at here. This is where the real potential is. Ladies and gentlemen, look at here. This is where the potential is. I don't want to be rude to ourselves, but we are being silly not to see this whole iceberg. We are only seeing the tip of the iceberg. Stop it and see the rest of it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I would like to thank you for Prof. Çizakçı for sharing with us your valuable information about Islamic finance, Islamic financial instruments, and a very nice figure, a summary of branches of Islamic finance. Thank you a lot for contributing to Islamic finance literature, and thank you for contribution to our conference.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All the best. Assalamu alaikum. Have a nice day.
Wa alaikum salam. Are there questions and answers?
A university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome My name is Mehmet Bulut, and I am Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University.
Achieve their sustainable development goals and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESREC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the
Bismillah.
Başlayalım.
Okay, we are starting right now.
تفضل. O zaman başlayayım mı?
Başlayabiliriz hocam, buyurun.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear panelists, dear brothers, sisters, dear participants who follow this session, I welcome you all to this session of entrepreneurship. Today we will have 6 panelists who will be discussing various aspects of the entrepreneurship from the point of view of Islamic finance and economy. Certainly we have 1.5 hour time limit. So therefore I appeal to the distinguished colleagues to confine the time allocated to them so that we can finish inshallah on time. And I request you budget your time accordingly. First, let me give the floor to Zaid Ayferi and Monzur Khaf. I think Brother Zaid, he will deliver his presentation on the venture capital investments. Brother, let me, before giving the floor to Brother Zaid, I would like to give a short brief on his background. Brother Zaid is a PhD student at the Islamic Economics and Finance program in Istanbul Zaim University. In 2007, he finished his master's degree in mechatronics from John Kepler University, Linz, Austria, in 2007. And then in 2011, he obtained his second master's degree, mashallah, in business administration from Vienna University of Technology, Austria. And the subject of his master's thesis was interest-free alternatives of corporate financing. Besides academic research, he has held several senior management positions for diverse range of business in business in Switzerland, UK, Portugal, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Turkey. Certain there's a joint, let's say, publisher for this presentation or for this article. Professor Muzurkhav, all of us, we know him. He is a well-known professor in Islamic finance and economics. Currently, he is teaching in the Istanbul Sabahat Zain University. And before, he taught at the graduate program in Islamic finance at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Doha. He spent some time there, and before joining Doha, he also served as a senior research economist at the Islamic Research and Training Institute in IDB, IRTI. And then also he was a visiting professor at the graduate program Islamic Finance in SAFE from 1995-1999. He has various books and 35 books, mashallah, and then 80 published articles on the Islamic finance economics. He was also awarded IDB Prize for Islamic Economics. Before now, let me give the floor to Brother Zaid to make his presentation. Brother Zaid, you have the floor, please.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Just to make sure, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see.
I cannot see the screen. I cannot see your screen, sir.
I cannot see as well. I cannot see as well.
Yeah, the host has disabled the screen sharing. So could the host please enable that?
I think it.
Brother, you will enable share screen function.
Okay, now it works.
Right.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Can everyone see it?
Yes, I can see now. I can see now. Thank you, brother.
Good.
Okay, Bismillah. So in our joint paper with Professor Mundir Qahf, we problem here. I think it is obvious that the Muslim world lacks innovation and development because high-tech industry is unable to develop accordingly. And it has been proven in several studies that venture capital has a positive impact on innovation in developed as well as in developing countries. And many researchers believe that venture capital can be a contributing catalyst for the labor market as well. It has been, a well-proven approach to investment because all the big US tech companies such as Microsoft, Apple, and the likes have obtained venture capital funding at some stage. And the reason for the success of the venture capital industry in the US is that they have been able to overcome the so-called agency problem and moral hazard because they were able to introduce certain financial tools and instruments that enable them to do that. So in our paper, we are first screening those instruments with regards to their Sharia compliance. We are suggesting alternative tools in case of a conflict with principles of Islamic finance. And we also suggest alternative approaches instead of those tools because it's not just about the contract. So in terms of literature, we have been screening the literature on venture capital from an Islamic finance perspective, and we could see a gap there. While several authors have been focusing on the importance of venture capital or the non-compliance of certain tools or partly screening of tools, a comprehensive approach to screen those tools is still not out there. And other researchers, they actually even avoid the discussion on Sharia compliance because they think that it is equity financing and therefore absolutely perfect from an Islamic finance point of view. So we thought that such a screening of those tools and a suggestion of alternatives could help to enable the development of the venture capital industry in the Muslim world. So in terms of screening, you could look at many different contractual terms and financial instruments. We have selected, or for this presentation, I've only highlighted 5 because our time is very limited, and I will exclude the others that you could read in the paper. So the first point is the issue of management fees. As you know, a venture capital fund obtains a flat fee from the investors, and there is a challenge here because if it was a mudaraba relationship between the investors and the venture capital company, then such a mudarib cannot obtain a fixed compensation. So there are 2 solutions here. Solution number 1 is to have a wakala agreement with a fixed compensation, let's say a flat fee of 2%, plus a profit share incentive. So this is one approach. The other approach is a mudaraba contract, and here we have 2 different subsets. The first one is if the fees are paid out but not deducted from the profit calculation. This is perfectly Sharia compliant because it's like an advance payment, but there are other challenges in reality. In case of overall losses of the fund, it leads to a repayment of those management fees, and this is a big problem. The other approach is that the fees are paid and deducted as expenses for the calculation of profits, but the majority of jurists would not approve that because this is a fixed compensation and not a real profit sharing scheme. So how do we overcome that? Because this is how conventional venture capital companies operate. So the issue with fixed compensation in Mudaraba, and this has been, for example, mentioned by Ibn al-Mundhir, that all the jurists, that means all the Islamic scholars, he knew ruled that a silent partnership is invalid if either party is guaranteed a fixed monetary compensation. So one potential solution here is to have fees based on actual costs. And we know that the costs of the operating expenses of a VC fund can be quite substantial because they have rent, they have staff, they have legal costs, and so on. So we find 3 main opinions amongst the fuqaha or the legal scholars. The Shafi'i and Hanbali school, they do not allow the mudarib to withdraw actual expenses, except with the approval of the investor. Ibn Taymiyyah, for example, permits it if they have agreed upon it beforehand. And similarly, also his student and great scholar Ibn al-Qayyim. We find the second opinion here of Ibrahim Nakha'i, al-Hasan, and others. They were the most flexible ones in their approach. They allowed the mudarib to pay for his expenses from the mudaraba account in all circumstances. So this is also one opinion. And then the third opinion is that it is only allowed during travel because in ancient times, travel was the main expense or cost in a mudaraba transaction. And this is not the case when the mudarib stays in the same town. And this is the opinion of Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, and many others. So by looking closer at the Hanafi and Maliki view, we find some very interesting argumentation here. Al-Kasani, for example, says, since profit in mudaraba is uncertain, no sensible person will travel with funds of others and pay for the expenses upfront out of his own pocket in pursuit of an uncertain profit. If his expenses were not covered by the mudaraba funds, people would abstain from mudaraba transactions despite the urgent need for these transactions. That means this is a very rational and practical approach, and his justification, the illah for his ruling is that people would abstain from it, and we need it. Imam al-Sarakhsi, another great Hanafi scholar, said no human would endure distress and then pay for expenses while expecting an uncertain profit. Similarly, Imam Malik in his Muwatta says, when the investment is large, the travel expenses are taken from it. And he also allows other expenses like hiring people for collecting debt, transporting the goods, and so on and so forth. So we have a door here that allows us to justify fixed compensation in mudaraba for payment of actual cost. That's why our suggestion for management fees, if it's not a wakala with profit share, we showed earlier that this is perfectly fine, is that those fees should be justifiable and based on actual cost, not just a flat percentage of capital. At the same time, they need to be capped in order to avoid moral hazard and exploitation by the fund management, and they should be pre-approved by the investors in order to meet also the criteria of the Shafi'i and Hanbali school. The second contractual term we looked at are profit and priority returns. What do we mean by that? Profit and priority returns are certain provisions that require that the LP, the limited partner, in this case the investors, recover a specific rate of annual return before above their capital, before the venture capitalists, that means the manager of the venture capital fund, starts to receive his profit. And that is often combined with a catch-up clause where he can then earn additional amounts until he reaches his percentage. If the agreement is wakala, then again, we don't have a problem and we can have any kind of profit sharing or no existence of profit sharing at all. But if the agreement is mudaraba, this is problematic again, because it could lead to one party receiving profits while the other party does not receive anything. So the suggestion here is to have priority returns that do not exclude the venture capitalist completely and a catch-up clause that does not exclude the investor completely. So this way we could accommodate for this challenge without having to ignore Islamic finance principles. The third point we looked at are founders' salaries, and these are entrepreneurs who start a new business, and they have invested their own money, but at the same time they're withdrawing a salary from the business. But in musharaka, and that's a conventional partnership, one party cannot receive a fixed compensation because this is a combination of bay' and salaf, that means sale and financing. In startups financed by venture capital, all founders receive some sort of a salary. So the nature of business requires founders to get regular compensation. So how do we deal with that? If we look at classical fiqh, we can find certain opinions of scholars who have allowed the combination of musharaka and ijara. We find that in the Maliki and Hanbali school, for example, and Al-Futuhi says that sharik is allowed to pay a worker from the musharaka funds even to his partner for work. And the very prominent opinion of Ibn Hazm from the Zahiri school says that if one of the partners decides to work more than the other, or volunteers free of charge without any demand, then it is permissible. If he refuses to work free of charge, then he is only entitled to a compensation at arm's length for such kind of work. Because if he doesn't do it, he would have he's obliged to hire someone, a worker, to pay him. So if he does the work instead of the worker, he is entitled to this kind of amount if it's at arm's length. And similarly, also the opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah. There are other considerations for such a justification as we believe. First of all, if we reject salary payments to those founders and entrepreneurs, this will lead to a problem for the investors themselves, because bringing in new management who are not partners, who have not invested their own funds into the business, might disrupt the startup, and you will bring in people who are not familiar with the business. The second concern is that every loan which attracts benefit is riba. That is valid, but it's not valid in this case because it's not a loan. They have injected equity and not debt. And the entrepreneur never had the intention to circumvent the prohibition of riba by receiving a monthly payment for his expenses. His intention has always been to build a substantial business. And in most cases, entrepreneurs receive a basic salary that is only a fraction of what they actually deserve because they share in the upside profit of the business. Another consideration is that those founders don't have any other income stream, so they rely on this basic salary. And most startups do not generate profits for years, so we cannot tell the entrepreneur, well, you can take your share from the profits because there is no profit. So again, here we have developed certain guidelines for founders' salaries, and we think that number one, founders need to be actively involved in the day-to-day business, otherwise they're not entitled. There needs to be a clear job description with defined responsibilities. It would be better if they, preferably they should obtain approval from the shareholders, and the compensation should be at or even below market rate so that they meet the criteria of being compensated at arm's length.
Last
in
1
terms
minute,
of
Brother
preferred
Zaid.
stock, and that is the fourth
Brother
point.
Zaid, last 1 minute.
Preferred shares are usually non-Sharia compliant, but Zarqa and Sohaibani have proposed an alternative. There is
please try to
profits
conclude.
are shared on a regressive scale, so profits there is a certain threshold, and above that threshold the profit sharing starts to shift, but it does not cease entirely, so there is always profit sharing guaranteed. And I would like to refer here to the papers of Zarqa and Sohaibani instead. In terms of convertible bonds, which are heavily used by venture capital firms, these are interest-bearing bonds which can be converted anytime into shares, so they are hybrid tools. Ibrahim in 2017 suggested a combination of renewable qard, so a non-interest-bearing loan, and musharaka with an option to convert it into equity. This is one approach. We are suggesting two other approaches. One is a combination of equity investment and murabaha financing of real assets. This is very easy to do. And the second approach is to have a combination of ijara, a leasing contract, with an option to convert the remaining value of the asset into equity. Last but not least, and then I would like to conclude, it's not just only about financial tools. It is also about the general approach of a VC. Bengtson and Sensoy, they conducted the largest study ever on venture capital. They studied more than 1,400 venture capital investments, and they were able to find out that more experienced and successful venture capitalists compensate less downside provisions. That means a lesser use of those financial instruments that we have looked at earlier by a more active participation in the portfolio companies, like greater monitoring, a board seat, active contribution, and so on. And similarly, also Hochberg and others found out that venture capitalists with stronger network abilities and more syndicated investments perform significantly better and use downside provisions less than others. So it is not just about copying the existing model, but there are other ways how venture capitalists who wish to invest in line with principles of Islamic finance can pursue a different route to compensate for those financial tools. Thank you very much, and I hope I'm in time with the presentation.
You are 4 minutes exceeded your allocated time. Thank you very much. We have listened to the presentation by Brother Zaid on the solutions and alternatives and guidelines to make the venture capital implementation more practical in terms of Islamic finance perspective. Now let me switch to second panelist. Second panelist is I think is Miranti Kartika Devi or Ilham Reza Ferdain? Do we have Ilham Reza Ferdian?
Yes, I'm Ilham Reza Ferdian.
Okay, very good. Now we have second panelist, Brother Ilham Reza Ferdian. He will be presenting nurturing young Islamic entrepreneurs through community-based workshops, a trans-theoretical model. Rather interesting subject and presentation. This is a joint paper by Miranti Kartika Devi. She is a lecturer of accounting at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas in Indonesia. She is also a partner at Lariba Consulting. She has particular research interest in Islamic finance, Islamic accounting, Islamic philanthropy organizations, and work. She gained her education from Universitas Indonesia, Bachelor of Degree in Accounting, and then MBA in International Islamic University Malaysia, and then Aston University, Birmingham, UK. Brother Ilham Reza Ferdian, he's a managing partner at Lariba Consulting and lecturer of finance and Islamic banking subject at the University of Indonesia. and he is director of Britannia Proofreading Service. He earned his degree from University Indonesia, bachelor degree in finance, and then he did MSc on Islamic finance in International Islamic University in Malaysia. Prior to joining, his current job, he worked at both Bank Muamalat Indonesia and Bank Syariah Mandiri in Indonesia. Now let me give the floor to Brother Ferdian on the paper. Brother Ferdian, you have the floor. And
Right,
please,
thank you so much.
you have 12 minutes. It means effective. You have focused on 5 slides maximum. Kindly.
Sure, inshallah. Yeah,
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Let me share our materials. 1 second, please. I think you can see our presentation, right?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay, that's good. Okay, let me start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
And good evening from Jakarta to all of you. It's an honor for me to participate. Yeah, thank you. In this historical conference and gather with all of you. Actually, we were very excited to explore Turkey, but Qadarullah, the pandemic is still around us. Yeah.
Next
so
time,
still, Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, next time. Yeah. But still, Alhamdulillah, ala kulli hal, we still getting here virtually. Yeah. In these sessions, I'm Ilham Reza Ferdian, representing the author team. Would like to present our paper about nurturing young entrepreneurs, in particular, and wider society in general regarding Islamic finance principles and how to apply it in daily life. Yeah, without further ado, let us discuss our paper. Okay, here you go. Let me begin with our long curiosity and start with our closest environment on our country, Indonesia. Indonesia, Alhamdulillah, till now is still being the world's most populous Muslim country. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, our Muslim population account for around 87% of approximately 250 million people. So it's more than 200 millions. Yeah, very huge market for Islamic banking, right? So this is very, very potential for Islamic banking and also the other Islamic institutions. However, after 20 years, the fact showed that the market share of our Islamic banking sector is still measured above 6% as end of 2019. So it's just little percent, yeah, until today. Alhamdulillah, still we finally move on from the 5% trap. This reality, yeah, perhaps also be the case of many other Muslim countries, not only Indonesia, but we keep questioning why this happened. Yeah, perhaps further initiative is needed, such as matching the Islamic finance sector with halal industry, yeah, such as halal food, fashion, tourism, and health care, or promoting it more massively to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, the backbone of Indonesian economy. So the medium-sized enterprise is the backbone for Indonesian economy. It's very important for our economy. If players within the halal economy, if players within the halal industry were sufficiently educated and aware of Islamic finance principle, they would looking forward to opt only for Islamic funding and financing product to support their emerging business. If their expectation, particularly on Sharia compliance and service quality, can be fulfilled by Islamic finance sector, this perhaps could be the answer for our early questions. Moreover, yeah, it's good if we could target our Islamic finance, if we could target our Islamic finance education effort to all public segments. However, if our resources are limited, yeah, which segments should we prioritize? The young generations, those who are in their 40s or below, could be our main target. Why? Because yeah, it's young people who are more adaptive to change their conventional mindset. Yeah, history has provided us a good lessons that majority of company of Rasulullah, as we know, yeah, from history, where those from young generations, only few, yeah, senior generations, whom Allah opened their heart for Islam, were supportive toward the da'wah of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The next question is how to educate them. So this is very important question for us. We really appreciate effort of many parties to conduct seminars, yeah, webinars, conference on Islamic finance like we conduct today. However, have we noticed that those who participate are those who joined the same even yesterday, yeah, few months ago, few years ago. Where are the wider public? Perhaps they need another approach to understand Islamic finance. Yeah, we use the trans-theoretical model or TTM of behavior change to develop a comprehensive education model for Islamic finance socialization initiative. So the TTM of behavior change was proposed by Cross Haska and De Clemente in 1982. It was developed from various theories, yeah, mainly in the psychology domain. It has received extraordinary research and attention for many years. For example, if we type trans-theoretical model in Google Scholars, yeah, you can do now if you don't mind. We can see around 50,000 results, yeah, about this theory. 54,000 results. This model also turned out to be one of the most extensively employed model in research explaining how people change their undesirable behavior. For example, how people can quit drinking alcohol, smoking, or using credit card too much. Yeah, in brief, the TTM explained that when making a behavioral change, individuals normally go through a series of processes. The model contains 5 stages, are shown in the slide here. The first is pre-contemplation. In this stage, the individual may not aware that their current behavior may be producing negative consequences. They have no intention to change their behavior in the near futures. And then the second stage is contemplation. Contemplation. In this stage, individual may begin to realize that their current behavior are somehow problematic. They become more open to change their behavior, but still not sure to change their behavior. And the next step is preparations. After contemplating, contemplating their intention to change, individuals become more aware and confident of the benefit they may get if they begin to step into the change process. Now, they are more ready to take actions. And then the next stage, action. In this stage, individuals have changed their problematic behavior and try new, healthier behavior. They also intend to improve their behavior to gain further positive outcomes. And then the last stage, or the fifth stage, those who are able to sustain their healthier behavior change, for example, in 16 till 18 months, will continue into the maintenance stage. In this stage, they are confident that the change they make bring a lot of good outcome, and they will prevent any regression to their early stage. And the next slide, I understand that a lot of views of the views of our session today may have a great understanding on Islamic finance. However, for those who have not been so familiar with this field, let me just recall briefly about Islamic finance, Islamic finance principle, that Islam is complete religion as guaranteed by Allah in Quran Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 3, and explained by Rasulullah in hadith narrated by Ahmad. Moreover, there is a framework proposed by Sharia scholars that Islamic Sharia could be classified into 2 categories, ibadah and mu'amalah. For ibadah, as we know, we are prohibited from doing it unless there is a dalil from Quran or Sunnah mentioning that it's encouraged to do the ibadah. For mu'amalah, it's more flexible. Basically, everything that we do is permissible unless there's a dalil from Quran and Sunnah forbidding it. Therefore, an Islamic finance is part of mu'amalah. Then, to understand the educated public about it, we need to focus on the 3 big no's. So we call it the 3 big no's, which is the first is riba or usury, gharar or uncertainty, and zolim or unfairness. Okay. Oh, sorry. The next slide. How? Sorry. How? Next slide. The next slide. Now, how Islamic finance related with entrepreneurship? The answer is very, very related. Umar bin Khattab radiallahu anhu, the second caliph of Islam, once said, no one should perform trading in the market, doing business, acting as entrepreneurs until they understand riba and fiqh mu'amalat. Thus, this is very important for every business person, every entrepreneur to understand about Islamic finance, because unlawful business and wealth can harm their owners to get Allah's blessing on their wealth. It's so certain that basic education on Islamic finance is needed to wider public, even more important to entrepreneurs. And next slide, how to conduct such public educations. Yeah, this is the important question as well for us. Here we could like to share our experience conducting 16 voluntary non-formal community-based in Islamic workshop to Indonesian communities in the UK and the Ireland. Yeah, so we do like the roadshow in 16 voluntary non-formal community-based in Islamic is based on Islamic finance workshop. The Indonesian Islamic Economic Society, or MES in short, was established on 1st Muharram 1422 Hijri, which is March 26, 2001. It aims to educate the public on the prominence of Islamic finance services. It has so-called branches in various countries, including the UK. We call it roadshow. So we call it roadshow in our activity. The roadshow aims to provide basic knowledge on Islamic finance to Indonesian Muslim diaspora, mainly postgraduate students and their family members, who have the potential to act as driving force for the development of the Islamic finance industry, because they are the young generation, to continue our country. And then we collaborate with Indonesian Islamic Society of Great Britain, or KIBAR, Indonesian Student Association in the UK, and Aksi Cepat Tangga Foundation, one of the largest NGOs in Indonesia.
Brother Ferdian, you have 2 minutes more.
2 minutes, really? Okay. Yeah, here's the UK map with the city where we conduct the roadshow. Yeah, alhamdulillah, mashallah. Yeah, Allah made it manageable for us to visit 16 cities, 2 volunteers, 16 cities in 2 countries within one and a half years. And then because I just have 2 minutes, and then there's our agenda for the roadshow. So we normally start with introduction to MES UK, its own and programs. Then we discuss where Islamic finance work mostly sit within the Islamic Sharia element of Islam, and so on. Okay, the next slide. Now, other than the roadshow, the MES also conduct socialization through social media. Yeah, you can see on the screen, this is our social media, because it's very useful as well for the participants, for our participants. And okay, this is the testimony, and how the participants respond to those initiatives. Alhamdulillah, mashallah, most feedback that were received were positive. Some participant testimony, some participant testimony are even touch our heart, as they honestly mentioned that despite numerous socialization, even on Islamic finance, some of them did not aware of it. Even they not aware the dangerous impact of the riba. Yeah, mashallah, is very good testimony for us. Okay, and then finally, the next slide. We hope that we have presented what be beneficial to all of us and can help to us to spread the importance of Islamic finance to wider public. Okay, maybe I think for okay, the next slide, how many minutes, sir, I have?
Last 1 minute, please.
What? Just 1 minute? Okay,
yes,
all right.
Please sum up.
All right. Okay, maybe just that's the conclusion. Maybe after that we can continue based on the what you call it, the questions. So this is we still continue, and the effort must go on. We have Lariba Consulting. We do like the socialization by by social media like Instagram and Facebook as well. And also, alhamdulillah, we have the e-course, Lariba Muamalah e-course. So because, you know, the pandemic is very hard for people to go somewhere. So this is the, I think, one of the significant factor to, you know, to share the Islamic finance, yeah, through the YouTube. Yeah, inshallah, yeah, will be translated into English because currently we are doing in Indonesia, but inshallah, I think in this year we will translate inshallah to English. So inshallah, not only for Indonesian but also for the others can see our key
Thank
course.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, then
Brother Ferdian, thank you very much for your
thank you.
Interesting presentation. Really, this is an interesting paper. It has two dimensions. First, it's how they are in a sense contributing to raising awareness about Islamic finance in our countries. Second dimension, they are now introducing new methodology, new technique borrowed from psychology. As you know, behavioral economics is becoming an important venture in the field of economics. Therefore, really, I appreciate and congratulate the colleagues who prepared this study. So, with these comments, let me shift to third presenter, Brother Ömer Javed. His presentation is an Islamic vision of entrepreneurship, developing through multi-layer comparative analysis, a new method he is trying to present us today. Brother Javed, Ömer Javed.
Can you hear me?
Javed, before giving the
Yes,
floor,
yes,
let me give you brief information about Brother Ömer. He has a PhD in social sustainability and entrepreneurship, degree from Institute of Business Management in Karachi, and also he has a master's degree in management sciences from Kiat University. This is Krishna Institute of Engineering and Technology, and he has an MBA from the Institute of Business Management, majors in marketing and industrial manufacturing engineering from Net University, Karachi. Brother Javed has a total of 16 years of experience working in corporate, non-profit, and the education sector. He is also reader of entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, Islam economics and finance, and philosophy of economics and business management. Apart from teaching at the Institute of Business Management, he is also responsible to mentor the students in the same institute to set up entrepreneur ventures. Let me give the floor to Brother Ömer. You have the floor. And you have 12 minutes. It means you have to focus on maximum 5 slides.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope the others also can hear.
All right. So the title of the presentation is an Islamic vision of entrepreneurship, which is developed through a multi-layer comparative analysis, and I'm going to show how I have gone through this paper. So right now what's happening that the Silicon Valley style entrepreneurship has penetrated the Muslim world as a number of tech-based startups backed by venture funds are now operational in many Muslim countries. The academia and religious scholarship in the Muslim world also appears to be comfortable with such development and consider it beneficial for the economy as long as the products or services or ways of financing are Sharia compliant. However, the concerned academia and scholarship in the Muslim world seems to be oblivious of the historicity and cultural specificity.
Brother Ömer, can you raise your voice a little bit?
All right, I'll try to.
Yeah, appreciate.
However, the concerned academia and scholarship in the Muslim world seems to be oblivious of the historicity and cultural specificity of the startup economy. The political economy perspective also appears to be absent from the vintage point of the concerned scholars. The result is acceptance of Silicon Valley style model of tech-based entrepreneurship without enough critical evaluation. Such acceptance is not even seen anymore in the Western intellectuals who now see the startup economy as a potential threat to human psyche, social relations, economy, and politics. So This paper therefore takes a step into the direction of critically evaluating the tech-based entrepreneurship model spreading throughout the world, including the Muslim world as well. This critical evaluation is done through evaluating the model in context of its historicity and synchronicity with the political economy of modern Western capitalist world. Hollingsworth's perspective of institutional analysis is used to explore the foundation of tech-based entrepreneurship model to its ideological core and reconstruct an alternative model based on Islam's ideological core. Such an analysis will allow the concerned scholarship and religiously inspired youth to see where the models stand in contrast to Islamic ideals and the ideals of modern capitalist society. The paper also then highlights the alternative model of entrepreneurship grounded on the ideological foundation of Quran and Sunnah. The key feature of the paper in this contrast, which it attempts to develop between the modern tech-based and Islamic alternative entrepreneurship. It is argued that without such a contrast, it is not always possible to truly appreciate or critically evaluate any particular model. The contrast therefore helps in highlighting and distinctly articulating the key features or benefits of any model under critical evaluation. Hollingsworth's method is in this context provide a way to dig down to the core ideas at the foundation of a system. The Hollingsworth method suggests that a system is built on several layers and peeling of one layer reveals the next layer. This can be done by asking questions regarding why something is happening on a particular layer and subsequent exploration leads to the next layer. This is done until the explorer reaches to the core, which comprise of a set of assumptions, beliefs, values, ideals on which the system or institutional design is built upon. After identifying the core where the root cause of the systemic problem exists, we can replace the core with an alternative core and reconstruct an alternative system upon the new core, which comprise of an alternative set of ideas. So if we look at tech startup economy at the surface, we see lots of companies on their way of becoming multi-million dollar firms, and some of them even reaching billions of dollars in their financial valuation. Typically, the financial valuation of these startups is based on the data they are able to accumulate. More data a company is able to gather in short period of time means the more financial valuation it can achieve. Likewise, even if the company is not making money in real terms. The founders of such tech companies become billionaires in short period of time just because the stake which they own in their companies is valued in billions due to the data which they have been able to gather in a short period of time. This is done in multiple rounds or series of investments where every next round of investment bails out the previous investor, while in the final round, the general public is invited to invest in the shares which eventually bail out the last institutional investors or investor. This tech-driven startup culture has successfully introduced a new form of asset known as data, which is ontologically and ideologically identical to the financial capital, which also exists in the form of, which also exists in digital form. Both entities, that is the data and financial capital, behave and grow in a very similar manner. And because of this compatibility, it can be said that financial capital, which already existed in digital form, has now found its most natural ally. The data also had an institutional ally, that is the bureaucratic system, which is not just employed by the state institutions, but also by the corporate world. Bureaucratic system of management is rational, thus it is data-driven. Therefore, the system views the massive influx of data through tech-based startup revolution as a huge advantage. The institutional juggernaut, which already involved in managing the growth of capital, was already running a bureaucratic system of management and are now using the startup economy as an extension of their own control over the resources and the general public. The investment of financial capital comes with strings attached, and financial capital is meant to be multiplied. The multiplication of financial capital means expansion or upgrading of institutional order, which has been successfully involved in the growth of financial capital up till now. As a result, entrepreneurs end up aiding the contemporary institutional order via data gathering systems instead of creating something new and beneficial for the beneficial for the humanity at large, thanks to the strings attached with the investments they take from the prevailing system. At the very core, we find entrepreneurs in the startup economies to be motivated by the agenda of the corporate or state bureaucracies, capital accumulation being the primary goal, dataism as a manifestation of dominant epistemological position, and human beings are seen as source of data. So alternatively, if we try to replace it with what Islam has taught us, so we would eventually replace the motivation with this, the motivation to achieve salvation on the day of judgment, a benefit the community and humanity is a priority. Quran and Sunnah will become the dominant epistemology, and human beings are seen as wise cannot commit to the vision of restructuring the society bureaucratic order. An ideal Muslim entrepreneur would consider his or he or she commits to a vision of creating a just society where well-being of every direct assured, where one's own financial security and sustainability of one's entrepreneur and an ideal Muslim entrepreneur would want to fix problems to the root instead of creating temporary solutions only to cure symptoms, solutions for the symptoms of quick fixes and keep them.
I think there is a problem of connection.
I think I got disconnected.
Yes.
I'm going to share the screen again.
We can see you. Can you
Right.
also start sharing? Yes, okay.
Again.
Okay.
So I'm going to repeat what I said here. An ideal Muslim would want to fix problems to the root instead of creating temporary solutions only to cure symptoms instead of the root cause. As modern entrepreneurs often create solutions for the symptoms or quick fixes and keep the masses oblivious of the root cause, problems for modern entrepreneurs are not to be solved, rather to be used as a means to perpetually make more profits. When problems are addressed with temporary fixes, they often create more problems which are addressed with more temporary fixes, so on and so forth. This approach often keeps increasing in complexity of society as things are constantly added while the habits or patterns or methods which does not work are not removed. For example, why we should slow down our lives and instead of adding instead add fast food and fast dating culture, and when fast food and fast dating culture create problems, why fix that instead? We should rather go some doctor or a therapist. So for a Muslim entrepreneur, labor is not a human resource, money is not the end goal, while the nature is not something to be brutally exploited, and the customer is not like someone to be emotionally manipulated into buying products. Labor or employees are rather like a family. Money is just a medium of exchange or store or measure of value, while as a Muslim, the entrepreneur considers himself or herself as a steward of nature, and customers are like brothers and sisters choosing for whom is like choosing for oneself. This design is totally opposite of the approach taken by modern entrepreneurs in general, though there are a few exceptions. The whole idea here is to strive to create a win-win atmosphere for all stakeholders in context of Maqasid Sharia while ensuring Sharia compliance on an operational level. The stakeholders include the labor, customers, suppliers, investors, and the general public, the society, and the natural environment. So an ideal Muslim entrepreneur would see himself or herself in harmony with the cycle of production and consumption necessary to meet the needs of society instead of making attempts to dominate, control, and exploit every stakeholder with lesser bargaining power for his or her own self-interest or the interest of the investor. This table gives a point-by-point comparison between the vision, values, motivation, and approach of an ideal Muslim entrepreneur in contrast to the typical tech entrepreneur of the Silicon Valley.
Brother Omar, you have last 1 minute, please.
Yeah, this is the last slide.
Okay, good. Thank you.
This analysis is not exhaustive, rather a demonstration of a method through which the concerned scholars may understand and compare the modern alternatives with an Islamic one. Such analysis is behind the contemporary approach of uncritically accepting any institutional design while ignoring its historicity and political significance is perhaps not advisable when in essence a major difference can be seen after comparing the two designs through all layers of their existence. Once we can see the Islamic alternatives in such a contrast, we can be in a better position perhaps to decide when to accept or to reject a design of foreign origins. That's it. Thank you very much.
We thank you to you, Brother Omar, for this interesting presentation. We will be collecting the questions about this new vision of Islamic vision of entrepreneurship. Now, let me shift to the next panelist. There are two joint publishers of this paper, which is on value drivers for startup valuation from venture capital equity-based investing, a global analysis with a focus towards technological factors. Presenters are two sisters from Indonesia. Sister Sitra Atrina Sare, she will be presenting this paper. Before giving the floor, let me give a brief information on them. Sister Sitra Atrina Sare, she's a junior analyst on Islamic economics and finance research at the Indonesian National Committee for Islamic Economic and Finance. She earned her bachelor degree from Islamic Economic Department from the Institute Pertanian Bogor University in Indonesia. She has been managing various subjects in Islamic finance, higher industry, and national Islamic economics and finance research development. The second publisher is Nadia Hidayati, researcher Nadia Hidayati. She's an analyst on National Committee of Islamic Economic Finance Indonesia. I think this is a national committee to, let's say, raise the awareness and increase the share of Islamic finance, Islamic banking in Indonesia. Sister Nadia, she's graduated from Bogor Agriculture University in 2010 with major in Islamic economics. After graduating, working in a private company, she continues her early education at the School of Business Bogor Agriculture University. And she was also the assistant on Central Bank of Indonesia for joining this national committee. Now, let me give the floor to Sister Sare. You have the floor. And you have 12 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can hear my voice clearly, sir?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. Well, good evening from Indonesia. It's already 9 p.m. here, but I'm still very excited to join the conference. So let me go through the presentation. And I will bring our presentation under the title Value Drivers for Startup Valuation from Venture Capital Perspective. That's a global analysis with vacuums towards technological factors. My slide here is stuck. Is it moving? My slides?
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
There's technical problem here that I can't move my
You
slides.
are using the share. I think you have to use the share menu.
Yeah, I share it.
I think, sister, you can reshare it. I think you can cancel and reshare it, please.
Yeah. Sorry for this technical. Again, I can't move my slide. Then why? Previously, I can. Oh, you
Yes.
can. Yeah, it's okay. It works now. Okay. So, gentlemen, we see that there has been an immense rise in terms of number of unicorns, as well as astounding growth about number of startups that it becomes over 400% increase within 4 years, with total valuation about $800 billion. And is also global capital investment all-time high that reached 140 billion in total investment, with value creation about $2.3 billion in 2017. We see that the global startup revolution is taking shape in gaining significant interest from academicians, industry players, even regulators and standard setters. We see that both entrepreneurs and investors view valuation to be critical, because for entrepreneurs, they can determine their exit value and control rights after the investment round. And for venture capitalists, their ultimate return is associated with the, the exit process as a liquidity event, such as IPO or initial public offering, and also merge and acquisitions. Therefore, we think that understanding the vectors affecting startup valuation is substantive. Here, I'm showing to you that our research objective is that we want to investigate the value drivers from startups, for startups from the venture capitalist perspective, with particular focus towards the technological aspects, as well as we want to acknowledge what kind of vectors that affecting to improve the valuation of startups themselves. Here in our study, we specifically focus on the venture capital instead of private equity or PE-backed investments, because we think that venture capital has more values than PEs or private equity, such as board representation, where fees demand a seat of board primarily for monitoring and policy approval purposes, thereby enabling participation in startups' corporate activities, albeit in a limited capacity. For second value addition, it's corporate governance. This is where the functions and mandates of both investors and founders are clearly spelled out. For instance, rebuttable fees, for example, may bring about better corporate governance structures, such as limiting cases where the both and position of board chairman and CEO are held by the same individual. The third value addition is that human resources, where fees evaluate management and where necessary replace and recruit new members in an attempt to improve both performance of and efficiency of the startups. And the last value addition for in our opinion is that strategic alliances, where we see that VCs use their contacts to foster new partnerships between startups, clients, and suppliers. And even in many cases, they even introduce linkages to their post-portfolio firms. Here we can see that the global regional VC funding comparison, where in Africa continents, they have the largest deals, where 46.6 billion invested globally, followed by America continents, in Asia and European continents. And in summary, we think that the intention of a VC is not complete control and full management of operations, but rather to help nurture and use its expertise to support the growth of the startups themselves. Here, for our literature review, we used the principal agent model and standard bargaining theory as the fundamental theory. Here, for the principal agent model, we see that the presence of a critical point, if you can see in the left side of the graph, figure 1 for VC optimal ownership, there is the presence of a critical point for the VC's ownership share, where the venture capital's realized return is maximized. Here in this graph, a VC should avoid being in the region either below this point or above this point. As in the lower region, the entrepreneur takes a larger share of the value created in the venture, whereas in the region above the maximum, the total value created in the venture and the returns to both parties will diminish. And in our empirical literature review, we try to analyze the literature in three contexts. First is the value drivers related to the non-financial and financial characteristics, and also the vectors related to theses that affect the valuation, and external vectors that can contribute to the valuation of new ventures. Here, the summary of our empirical literature review, that we find that in value drivers, there are financial and non-financial characteristics, and also some factors and external factors. And in the right side of the table, you can see the determinants used by other researchers in previous studies. Therefore, we see that there is no study which investigate whether the types of technology, or we call verticals, that may complement valuation for startups. Therefore, actually, this one is something that humbly we try to attempt to fulfill. In our study, for data and methodology, we use sample of 4,903 VC-backed startups operating globally. It includes firms from 182 subsectors operating from 16 subregions, including emerging Asians and Africas. And we also use sample for about 42 types of technologies, use regression analysis method and non-empirical models. And we take all the information from the PitchBook database. Here you can see the types of recent technology or verticals. There are many types of technologies used by startups, such as big data, AR, VR, mobile, clean tech, and etc. So here, the values of our study, we see that we use startups valuation as a dependent variable, where our main two independent variables are industry code and industry verticals. And we got some other control variables, such as number of employees, age, geographical location, and social media. Gentlemen, here control variables aims to investigate whether subsectors and verticals that being analyzed are really serving as the true source of premium valuation. And with 9 models that I've mentioned before, we make it in 3 sets model. First model is for new valuation startups. Second set is for a 5-year momentum, and third set is for 10-year momentum. This is the empirical model 1, main model 1. And I want to highlight that in model 6, we try to incorporate all control variables. And in the model 7, we try to capture the nonlinear effects of age and revenues. This is the main model 2, where we put all control variables within 5 and 10-year momentum. Right, so here, for the findings, first, in main model 1, since we also put we incorporate all control variables, as well as we all want to capture nonlinear effects, there are many results under this main model 1. First, the subsectors that valued at premium are automotive, estate services, and social platform software. Here, it implies that actually subsectors do matter for the valuation. And for the verticals themselves, for vertical themselves, we got big data, clean tech, mobile, SaaS, and fintech and e-commerce as which have positive contributions towards evaluation. Under submodel 6, where we incorporate all control variables, we got additional subsectors that valued at premium, such as operating system software, machinery, education and training, including cryptocurrency or blockchain. Here we see that the insights we got, these subsectors are seen as traditional, and for cryptocurrency, blockchain, risk and public skepticism could act a deterrent to VCs. And for key verticals, we got clean tech, mobile, audio tech, and AR. And another interesting thing that after controlling all variables to the model, big data is no longer seen at a premium. And we got results that revenue and geographical location have significant and positive correlation towards valuation. And under submodel 7, we see that revenue, age, and number of employees and social media also have a positive contribution towards valuation. For example, like VC for revenue variables, VCs value more the opportunities for growth and value creation rather than revenue increase. And in terms of age, valuation actually initially falls and starts rising again after a certain point. It implies that once startup break through a certain age barrier, VCs have more confidence. And of course, social media becomes a very effective tools to market the products to the clients. And under main model 2, where we put all control variables within 5-year momentum, or we call short-term capital accumulation, the key subsectors still automotive, followed by asset management and educational software, and key verticals are clean tech, AR, SaaS, and mobile and big data. It's interesting also to see that SaaS, e-commerce, mobile, and big data are the most useful technologies to shorten the funding cycles and enhance the short-run capital. And for the determinants which have significant relationship towards the valuation are age, revenue, and social media.
Sister, you have last 1 minute.
Okay, this is the last findings, main model 3.
Good.
That
Thank you.
determinants from revenue, number of employees, and social media are consistent throughout the models. And clean tech, big data, mobile also become the key verticals in main model 3 in medium-term capital accumulation or 10-year momentum. So the conclusion, gentlemen, here we see that we try to see the most consistent key subsectors and verticals and also vectors affecting the valuation itself. For key subsectors, automotive and application software become the leading subsectors, and for verticals or types of technology, clean tech, mobile, and augmented reality and big data as well become the leading verticals from our study. The insights that clean tech become very consistent throughout all the models, because we see that the dominance of clean tech due to the global trend of environmental awareness and also sustainability issues. And of course, that we should also consider the technological efficiency towards the short or medium term of capital accumulation. There is a key takeaway for Islamic finance that we know that Islamic finance nowadays relies too much on loan or debt scheme. And Islamic venture capital is really underdeveloped. In fact, the VC scheme is similar to Islamic finance system with equity finance as the core. So here, my takeaway for Islamic finance sector is that Islamic finance industry players could learn from conventional venture capitals in order to maximize the growth towards its core value, which is equity finance. Last but not least, this is my last slide, sir. If you may permit me, for recommendations for VC or venture capitalists, you can consider some aspects in assessing startup valuation. You have to consider the subsectors and the key verticals, and also the vectors of victim valuation, such as revenue, social media, employees, and geographical location, as well as the effectiveness in short and medium-term capital accumulation. And it's better for regulators also to encourage the entrepreneurs towards the key subsectors and technologies examined in the study. And for future study, maybe other researcher can incorporate related factors to VCs and the VC industry across different regions to find the relationship towards startup valuation. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Hope it can be beneficial for us. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Sister Sari, for this interesting study. This valuation subject is a really challenging subject, especially for startup companies. but you brought a new dimension, new study based on a new data set you collected from almost 5,000, let's say, companies. Interesting one. And the findings also are interesting, which corroborates the current, let's say, trends in the venture capital, let's say, initiatives. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With this comment, I think we can move to next our panelist, who is Brother Nuri Aksoy. We could not see him, but we will listen to him by audio. Nuri Aksoy, he graduated from Bosphorus University, Istanbul, and he has a bachelor degree in computer engineering science. And then he worked for different companies ranging from software, the telecom, banking sector, especially participation banks in Turkey. And he did his master's degree in Istanbul Zaim University in international finance and participation banking. Currently, he is a PhD student in the same university, Sabahat Zaim University. The title of the presentation is Establishing Multi-Partner Conglomerates in Turkey and Analyzing Their Impacts on the Economy. There's a new, let's say, proposal in this regard. Let me give the floor to him. Brother Nuri, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you.
Budget your time accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to finish as quick as possible, sir. Okay.
Hi, shukran.
Shukran, yeah.
Faddal.
Okay, I will share my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see now.
Okay, let me maximize it. Okay, this is
the end of the presentation.
Yes. Okay, this is the beginning of the presentation.
Okay, good.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Yes, I'm a PhD student at Sabahat Zaim University at Islamic Finance and Economics. My paper is about multi-partner conglomerates, establishing multi-partner conglomerates in Turkey or in the world in all Muslim countries. But I focused on specifically on Turkey and I tried to analyze their impacts on economy. By conglomerates, you know that it's a main company consisting of many sub-companies operating in different sectors, pharmacy, manufacturing, healthcare, aviation, shipping, food, textile, telecommunication. The idea behind the conglomerate is to reduce the risk and to improve cross-subsidization among sub-companies. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. So the current economic system, we all know that, is an interest-based and financialized capitalist economic system. I think these two words, interest and financialization, are the main problems for all human beings, not for only Muslims. Therefore, with this paper, I try to focus on how we overcome interest-based transactions or financialization issue with an alternative. So an interest and financialization are the main causes of many problems today. Multi-partner conglomerates, which are capable of transferring monetary resources to the real economy, because it's a multi-partner, there will be several partners for these companies, for these conglomerates, can be a remedy against interest-based financial intermediaries and virtualization of finance sector. The hypothesis of this study is that multi-partner conglomerates could be an effective alternative. It's my, in fact, it's my dream. If we can achieve that, my dream will be realized anyway. Against interest-based financing carried out by interest-bearing institutions of the current economic system. My research questions, I try to structure my idea, my hypothesis based on these research questions. Could we implement profit loss sharing model based on multi-partnerships in our economy today against interest and virtuality of finance, derivatization, against derivatization, against securitization in this secular system? Can we do that? Can we do profit loss sharing model? There are already existing commercial Islamic banks. We all know that there are participation banks in Turkey operating in an interest-free manner. Could these banks promote partnership-based contracts when utilizing the collected funds? So far, we have seen that they couldn't. They shared increased to 5 or 6% in Turkey, probably the same, it is the same in many Muslim countries. Could multi-partner conglomerates be a remedy for the fair income distribution? We all are aware of that unfair income distribution in the world today. Could also multi-partner conglomerates help to spread income across a broad base in the society? Another question that I used is wakala agency. I mean here, mudaraba based fund collecting method, which have been used by Islamic banks today, is an obstacle for utilizing this collected monetary resources on the partnership contracts for commercial Islamic banks, because some scholars claim that it's an obstacle. As an agent, Islamic banks should minimize the risks. They should take the interest of the depositors. That is why they must focus on murabaha-based transactions instead of mudaraba or musharaka-based transactions, because they are very risky. This is a claim. Maybe that is why their share is not increasing beyond 5 or 6%. As a financial intermediary, another question, should commercial Islamic banks minimize risk and therefore avoid of implementing partnership-based contracts based off the risks that these contracts have, as I mentioned before? How do we promote multi-partner conglomerates in Turkey? That's also another question that I used to structure, to build my framework. What will be the role of chambers of industry and commerce organizations? Because there are many this type of organizations in Turkey, and how can we use these organizations in terms of entrepreneurial activities that will form the basis of the conglomerates? Professional entrepreneurs, professional businessmen will handle these conglomerate structures. What will be the role of the government? The role of it is very important, auditing, screening, because this will be based on trust. It will be based on money. Monetary resources will be based. So the role of the government is crucial. Does it make, another question, does it make any difference to have multi-partner conglomerates, since we already have a multi-partner companies in the stock exchange? Because people claim that, oh, we already have multi-partner companies in stock exchanges. So why do we need a new multi-partner conglomerate type structure instead of this? Okay, these are the research questions that I used to build my my model. So why should multi-partner conglomerates be established? We know that globalization is crucial today. Capital flows are very important. Large companies with large capital are surviving. There's an increased tough competition in the world. So companies that have large capital can only survive under fierce competition. Spreading capital and profit to the large base in the society. This is also very important. In this case, the multi-partner companies will be very important, because with the multi-partner conglomerates, we aim to spread the capital and profit to the large base in the society. So in my view, in my study, there's a need for large multi-partner companies that are well managed by professional managers and audited by the relevant official authorities, which are government here. Assessing the savings of small savers. Our aim is to channelize the savings of small savers to the economy, to the real economy, and earning according to Islamic procedures, and keep as low as possible on the profit loss sharing basis. That was our aim as well, while we established the Islamic banks at the beginning. Okay, this is another rationale. This is another rationale behind multi-partner conglomerates. I will just give a simple example, a simple figure, let's say, monetary resources, how they are being used in Turkey. Probably it's the same in all the countries of the world, including Muslim countries. So banking sector in Turkey, when we look at banking sector in Turkey, we see that we have 53 banks, okay, and we have only 6 participation banks in Turkey. You see that? What about their share? When you look at the share, you see that the interest-based banks have 94%. Conventional investment banks, these are interest-based banks, 94%, and we have only 6% of the credits, let's say, in terms of assets, total assets, in terms of monetary resources in Turkey. So approximately, I try to calculate it in terms of GDP, in terms of GDP rates. These are the loans used by the banks, including Turkish lira and foreign currency. It is the total amount here. You'll see that it's about 2 trillion and 540 billion liras. And when I calculate it, I see that it is about 60% of GDP. So 60% of GDP monetary resources have been used on interest-based loans by financial intermediaries. It is not including participation Islamic banks. Okay, so as an alternative, this how we can offer an alternative to humanity, because we know, as I mentioned before, interest and derivatization, virtualization of finance, financialization are the main problems. So MPCs, multi-partner conglomerates, can be a remedy. They will collect foreign savings, including foreign investment, foreign funds, and domestic savings, small savings, all small investors, let's say. They will collect all these ones, not as a financial intermediary, as a company, as a conglomerate, and they will use it. So structure, in terms of structure and management, I try to summarize it here. The professional entrepreneurs, which is referenced, because we are going to use, I try to position the Chamber of Industry and Commerce Organization here as a reference giver for professional entrepreneurs, professional businessmen. This part will be managed by the Chamber of Industry and Commerce Organizations. This institutionalization and governance, it is the internal, it will be internal part of the multi-partner conglomerates. Without institutionalization, they will fail. I didn't talk about the history during the 19 and 2000, because we experienced this kind of multi-partner conglomerates, but it's another story. Based on the lessons learned, I try to figure out what kind of management and structure they must have in order to tackle with the issues that old companies, old conglomerates encountered. Another one is auditing and supervision. This must be governed, must be implemented by the government. This is the role of the government. It will be regulation.
Brother Nuru, you have last 1 minute.
Last 1 minute, okay. Immediately, okay, we know that family and multi-partner conglomerates we have. I try to summarize the advantages and disadvantages here. With family, capital accumulation in a few hands, but on the other hand, it will be capital distribution to a large base in the society. As a conclusion, okay, as a conclusion, I say that, okay, the establishment, audit and profit distribution structure of this conglomerates will be determined by SPK, Capital Markets Committee in Turkey, legislation. There will be a specific legislation for that. They will be established by professional entrepreneurs who has got references from chambers of commerce and industrial organizations in Turkey. These conglomerates will have a partnership agreement with the funders, and the last slide, this one is the last slide. The secondary market. What about the secondary market? It's also another critical question that we are going to tackle it. I say that in the second market, partners will be able to transfer their share to other partners when they need cash through the conglomerate itself. Not in the second market, creating speculation and manipulation and virtualization that we have today. Reforming the current structures is another story. I am also working on that, but I am skipping that solution. I am saying that, okay, we need to develop a new mechanism, a new contract, a new company structure, and a new legislation, regulation for these companies. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you to you, Brother Nouri.
You're welcome.
For your proposal, a new, let's say, model, or is already there are some past experiences.
Yes, I know. I know that, yeah.
Noted of those lessons when you propose this new system. Thank you very much. Now let me switch to next. In fact, the last our presenter, last panelist, Brother Abu Hassan Faruqi from Saudi Arabia. He will be presenting measuring the entrepreneurial ecosystem of Saudi Arabia and discovering the distinctive suitability of Islamic finance, how it will contribute to the diversification of the economy in Saudi Arabia. Brother Abu Hassan Faruqi is currently a research scientist and associate professor in finance at the Center of Research Excellence for Islamic Banking and Finance, King Fahad University of Petroleum Minerals, Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. He has a master's degree in economics and PhD in financial economics from University of Durham. Also, he published 3 books and 40 research papers in the international peer-reviewed academic journals. He is regularly invited to several conferences, and also he is a book reviewer in the Muslim World Book Review, published in the UK. So let me give the floor to Brother Abu Hassan. You have the floor, brother. Fadda.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes, I would like to thank to Sabahuddin Jain University and IRT for inviting me to speak. I would have very happy if I could have presented physically in Istanbul, because I like Istanbul.
Next time, inshallah, brother.
Inshallah, inshallah. I
And
have
you
been
have 12,
in Istanbul.
you have 12 minutes, budget your time accordingly.
Inshallah. Okay.
Inshallah. Fadda.
You know, the Middle East and mostly the GCC countries are more concentrated their economy based on the gas and oil, and completely changing the scenario, because these resources will not, it's fluctuating, so will not be able to stable the economy. That's why diversifying economy, not only in the Saudi Arabia, but also other countries, diversifying their economy with such as renewable energy, such as SME, such as other sectors to create the jobs in the country. So enterprise ecosystem is one of the contain the Saudi Arabia has given importance with the Vision 2030. So my presentation content are, what is the entrepreneur ecosystem? And I will give that in brief overview because of the time constraint. In brief, entrepreneur ecosystem in Saudi Arabia and the object of the study, methodology, and at last finding and the recommendation. You know, entrepreneur is a businessman, an initial starter, small business. They share the risks and the profit. So entrepreneur, what is the entrepreneur ecosystem? It comes from the entrepreneurship. Yes. Mason and Brown, I quoted the definition he used in the OECD, a set of interconnected entrepreneurial actors, entrepreneur organization, entrepreneur actors, what actors, potential and existing businessmen. Entrepreneur organization for venture capitalists, business angels, and banks. Institutions like universities, public sector agencies like financial bodies, and entrepreneur process. So these are the component makes the entrepreneur ecosystem, which formally, informally combined to connect, mediate, and govern the performance within the local entrepreneur environment. So this entrepreneur ecosystem, not only development involving the different agencies, but also care the environmental aspects. Okay. Entrepreneur ecosystem activities, mainly 5, but I will discuss in two pillars. One, maybe the activities, one activities will be content of more pillars. So pillars are the new products, new process, market innovation, resources, innovation, and organizational innovation. Okay. So in brief, I'll tell you the entrepreneur ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. As I told you that Saudi Arabia has formulated the vision 2030 and giving the importance of the SME. And that's why a massive entrepreneur stimulation requires to well-developed ecosystem for making development of the entrepreneur ecosystem. And Saudi Arabia has started that very recently. But translating such commitment means enterprise ecosystem. They have massively induced about Saudi Arab 72 billion, equivalent to $19.2 billion to stimulate to boost the package for the entrepreneur ecosystem, and especially development of the SME. And also they created a public investment fund created, investment funds such as venture capital, such as seed capitals, private equity, project finance. These are the area that Saudi 4 billion real will be invested. You see in the Saudi Arab ecosystem, means they are content with the entrepreneur finance, government policies, blah, blah, blah, you will see on the paper, okay? So objective of this paper, 2 objectives are there. One is to analyze the pillars. The pillar I'll discuss in this. Pillars of Saudi Arabian entrepreneur ecosystem to identify the areas of the strength and weakness. Secondly, this paper also, this present will also analyze how the extent of the entrepreneurship implementing Islamic finance will mark the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. My research question is, what are the strength and weakness, the pillars in Saudi Arabia's entrepreneurship ecosystem? Methodology, I means Saudi Arabia as a unit of the analysis, but I compared with another 2 countries, Muslim countries. One is in the GCC, that is Oman, and another one is Malaysia. Okay. There are both qualitative and quantitative analysis are employed in the line of the paper published by the Shaukat and Madboli. And in quantitative analysis, specifically non-hypothetical relationship in order to understand the progress of the ecosystem in Saudi Arabia based on the GE Global Enterprise Index data. Okay. Global Enterprise Index, the whole world entrepreneur ecosystem is fitted, and those data means ready-made data I used. So Global Enterprise Index data of Saudi Arabia used in this study. There are three type of the sub-index. These sub-index are, according to the Global Enterprise Index, these sub-index are also called the pillars. So first attitude sub-index, first is attitude sub-index. Its pillars are opportunity perception, startup skill, risk acceptance, networking, and cultural support. Second component of the sub-index is the abilities sub-index. It has 4 pillars: opportunity startup, technology absorption, human capital, and competition. And the third sub-index is aspiration of the business and enterprise. It has 5 pillars: product innovation, process innovation, high growth, internalization, and risk capital. I will not discuss all the pillars because of the time constraint. I will discuss selected pillars which I will analyze in the way of the case study. And also, I have argued that how the Islamic finance, if it is implemented in different pillars of enterprise ecosystem in Saudi Arabia, what effect will be, impact will be. You see, the figure 2, country comparison the ecosystem. Enterprise ecosystem is taken from the Global Enterprise Index. There are 3 countries I have, my unit countries, Saudi Arabia compared with the Oman and Malaysia. You see opportunities perception index is in Saudi Arabia is lower than Oman, but higher than the Malaysia. Startup skill is higher than both other countries. And risk acceptance in Saudi Arabia is lower than the both countries. Networking in Saudi Arabia is very high. Cultural support is very high. Opportunity startup is very high. Terminology absorption, similar with Oman value. Human capital is lower than the other 2 countries, Malaysia and Oman. Competition is reasonably in the middle path, but lower than the Malaysia. Product innovation is a highest value of Saudi Arabia. Process innovation is lower than 2 other countries. High growth is a very high than other countries, and internationalization is similar, but Oman is a little bit better. And risk capital, Saudi Arabia is in the medium position. So this is the first pillar. Yes, first pillar I am discussing the opportunity perception index. This opportunity perception index is opportunity is motivated by that, defined as the percentage of the total entrepreneur's activity. Business started to exploit good opportunity. So overall effectiveness of the government services is measured by good governance, and the cost of the governance is level of the overall. So we see that started from 46 and 63 in 2017, the value of the index of Saudi Arabia, opportunity perception index I'm talking, is higher than the value of the Malaysia and Oman.
Abu Hassan, you have last 1 minute, please.
It is only 9 minutes. I am counting this. It is only 9 minutes I have taken. Okay, another 6 minutes I have. I think so.
No.
So yes, I have in front of me. This is I have kept. Okay. So table 1 there are 2 things: the domestic market size and also the domestic market size and also the business freedom index are very important. That's why these are the growing in Saudi Arabia. Now I will go to the pillar 2, it's the startup skill index. Although started with the 20x to 0.28 in 2012, and now the current and 2007 to 0.24, even though startup skill index is far better than the Oman and Malaysia. Now I will discuss with the risk acceptance index in Saudi Arabia. Started from 0.39, but ended with 0.66. Although risk acceptance index in Saudi Arabia is lower than other 2 countries. Cultural support in Saudi Arabia is far better than the other 2 countries, you see. And opportunity startup index is better than the Oman, but lower than the Malaysia. Here the competition index, although 2000 started from 0.23 and 2007 0.27, it is better than the other 2 countries in competition. Process innovation, all the countries means a little bit here and there, so similar. Risk capital index. Risk capital is a capital of 2 sub index. Means informal capital and also the capital market, how powerful it is. So here, Saudi Arabia is in the middle position. Now the Islamic opportunity percent in Islamic finance is a risk sharing, you know. The Mudaraba Musharaka, if it is applied, is a far better than any other instrument. So if we have discussed the entrepreneur ecosystem, if it is imbibed, then it will be great, means output. Second pillar, start scale, then can also be benefited by the expense of the Islamic finance. Islamic finance will also add the value of the entrepreneurship ecosystem pillars like cultural support, technology absorption, human capital, product innovation, and process. So because of the risk sharing capital, it's a Islamic finance Mudarama Musharaka is more means suitable for enterprise ecosystem. Now the findings is the Saudi Arabia ecosystem has strength 7 pillars: opportunity perception, risk acceptance, opportunity startup, human capital, internationalization, risk capital, and culture. There are 5 pillars which have the weakness in the Saudi Arabia, that are technology advancement, competition, product innovation, and processes. The paper also discussed that in the Islamic finance can be used in the opportunity perception and also the competition and the risk capital. Now, the more research can be done with the sample survey, implement with the entrepreneurship means views. And another one is that more research can be conducted as the level of the impact of implementing Islamic finance, each pillar in Saudi Arabia entrepreneurs. There is a Harvard University, research are being done with this Islamic finance and ecosystem, enterprise ecosystem, that can also be replicated in the Islamic finance area and finance means entrepreneur ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for giving me time.
Okay, Brother Abu Hassan, thank you very much to you. Dear colleagues, dear participants, we have almost completed our panel today. And as far as I see, there is no question which came up until now. As I check my communication, and there is no question, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists. Really, there were all of them were very interesting subjects, addressing the different aspects of the entrepreneurship, how we can, what are the problems, challenges in front of venture capital startup companies, to address from Islamic finance point of view, to increase practicality, to increase awareness. Also, there was a good, let's say, proposal using to raise the awareness by using psychological methods, and also some colleagues they made analysis on the evaluation, let's say, evaluation drivers, value drivers for the startups, and we have listened to new proposal for forming the multi-partner conglomerates, a new, although it has a practiced experience in Turkey, multi-partner conglomerates, but in a new, let's say, new version, it's being proposed. Also, I would like to thank our colleagues from Pakistan regarding Islamic vision of entrepreneurship, developing new, let's say, by using a new method, Hallingswortham method, to prepare an Islamic vision of entrepreneurship in contrast to the Western type of approach. So with all these, let's say, presentations and researches, we thank all of you, and have a nice, let's say, evening in maybe Indonesia, Pakistan, and certainly also Saudi Arabia. And we will, inshallah, see you in Istanbul next time.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much indeed, as well.
Thank you, Ustad. Thank you, Ustad. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Thank you very much.
I think we can leave the meeting. Yeah?
Okay, Ustad. مع السلامة. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa
في
rahmatullah
أمان
wa
الله.
barakatuh.
السلام عليكم.
جزاك الله خيرا.
Thank you.
Thank you.